Well, hello, everybody. Hello, my true crime lovelies. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing, everybody in chat? Well done for being here on our late hour, Metrix hour. We have the clocks. Hang on, what is it? Fall back, spring forward. The clocks have gone forward, and we are now 5 hours later than Eastern Standard Time again. Wonderful stuff. That's how I like it. I can get my head around that. I could have adjusted for the 4 hours for the 5 weeks or whatever it was, but what's the point? It's going to change again, and now we're set. We're set for 6 months. Back on schedule. How we like it. Mm, mm. Open for new business. We trust everybody in the chat will join us in wishing our fantastic moderator, Neville Darling, a happy, happy birthday. So glad those flowers arrived on time. I mean, if any of you have ever seen a picture of Neverly Darling, then you know that she'd put all the flowers in the world to shame. Why, they wouldn't even let her into Holland for fear that she'd droop the tulips. But, it is her birthday and we wish her so well. And there's a promotion. A promotion is in order for Neverly Darling. We are promoting you from moderator to the position of chief secretary. What does that mean? If you want your own job title, you can pick a better one. But you are now chief secretary, the moderator of moderators, Neverly Darling. Hey ho, congratulations on your new post. Not sure if she's here actually. It's her birthday, so she's got a very special dinner planned, followed by a massage. And I've never had a massage after a dinner. Is that a thing? Or did I read that wrong? Anyway, whatever you're doing tonight, Neverly Darling, wherever you are, whoever you're with, we hope you have the best night of your life. We know we will here on Metrix. Top of the hour, too sweet to be sour. Are we going to address crazy problems today? Some of you know what we're talking about, some of you don't. I don't think I'm going to bother, to be honest. Today, I might, if I'm pressed, I might pop. Yeah, we might have to turn up the dial. I mean, I can, I'm completely comfortable and confident. Just don't really want to get sucked into crazy, 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 crazy. But yeah, no. I'm gonna speak with a lawyer. I'm gonna speak with a lawyer. Oh yeah, about this. About what? Oh no, but no, I haven't made up my mind. Maybe I will do some kind of walkthrough just for disclosure, but not today because it's been a whole day of sorting the shit out. What time is it now? 18 hours. 18 hours I've been sorting this shit out, bar a little bit of food to eat and a couple of long walks with the dog. Yeah, but yeah, needed that on a Sunday. Thank you. Anyway, what are we doing tonight? We're continuing our footage. We're continuing our full trial marathon of the Katherine Magbanua Big Mess Retrial Part 4. Starting off with the policeman, the police officer who was posted at the crime scene tape at Trescott and witnessed several cars coming in, stopping, realizing it's blocked, thinking what to do a K turn, a 3 point turn. Why is it called that? Because there are 3 points. Okay, if you can drive. Anyway, that's a short witness, and then we're moving on to Jeffrey Lacasse, the big man Jeff, truth teller Jeff. Um, and then I don't know who's after that. I mean, I know that we covered Jeff Lacasse comparing testimonies 2019 to 2022 recently, but this is from a different angle. This is from the trial context angle of this marathon. We can't skip it, then it wouldn't be a marathon, right? That's what we're doing. Welcome everybody in chat, and we're going to close this puppy and we're going to play this puppy. I've just had to reset the whole streaming software to get our nice little chat thing like that. Okay. So audio, please, Amy or any moderator, let me know what's going on with the audio on your end. I'm guessing something will need to be changed, and it's just helpful to get that information from you.
Officer, if you come up to the stand before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in, please. Yes, sir. Okay, clerk's over here.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Right, thank you. Please have a seat.
How we're looking on that audio? He's too quiet. I'm betting. But $100 right now. Sounds good, Metrix. Okay, thank you, Spacey.
Permission to reposition the podium, Your Honor?
Sure.
Oh, this is funny. Watch the cop's face with the big noise.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Officer Brannon, Brannon, ID number 510 with the Tallahassee Police Department.
How long have you been with TPD?
I've been with TPD for about 23 years now, and I was with FSU PD for a couple of years prior to that.
All right. I want to ask you about July 18th of 2014. Were you working that day?
Yes, ma'am.
What were your duties back then?
Patrol.
All right. And were you assigned to a crime scene that day?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you assigned to do?
Well, I responded to Trescott Drive. It was, I think it originally went out as a medical issue. And, arrived on scene and we discovered it was a shooting incident.
All right. And what was your role there at the scene?
Initially, sorry, trying to game my thoughts.
Let me ask you a better question. Was part of your duty there to hold the crime scene?
Yes.
All right. What does it mean, hold the crime scene?
Ensuring that nobody comes in or out that's not supposed to be there or anything like that.
And at what point were you positioned?
Once I got done on scene and I was put on the perimeter, I was on the north end.
All right. And is that on Trescott?
Yes, ma'am.
How far away from the residence of Dan Markel was the crime scene tape? Was there crime scene tape up over the street?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And how far away from the residence was that tape located?
Say approximately 3 or 4 houses.
And is that where you were positioned?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And during the time that you were there holding the perimeter, is that when law enforcement was continuing to work at the scene?
Yes.
All right. So there were several law enforcement vehicles present?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
Guesstimating maybe about 4 or 5 marked patrol cars. One of the crime scene vans, I'm pretty sure was there. That's also marked police. Another, guessing 3 or so unmarked units for the.
So what sorry, I didn't quite get those numbers. Did he say 4 or 5 marked police cars, a crime scene van marked police, and another 3 or 4 unmarked detective cars just scattered, scattered around the front driveway entrance to the Markel residence that you can see from the point of the crime scene tape? No, I didn't think anything of it. I thought a tree fell down. When I lived there, electrical things would happen. So, I thought crime scene, electrical things, tree.
Investigators.
And would those vehicles have been in the driveway of the Markel residence, or something else?
Well, all around right there in front of his residence.
Okay, including in the driveway?
There may have been.
Also, a happy birthday to Angie's very special pit bull, who turned 5 today. I wonder what other wondrous miracles happened on this day.
I can't remember for sure.
All right, and these were marked vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. And during the time that you were holding the crime scene perimeter, what time of day was this?
It was around noon.
All right. Did cars pull up and have to turn around because they couldn't pass through the crime scene?
Yes.
And was it your job to make sure that no cars passed through the crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And as part of your job, would you have contact with the people that would come up and just let them know that you basically don't tell them anything about what's going on, but tell them they got to turn around and go the other way?
I don't remember.
So the pit bull's name is Judo. That's cool. So if you feed him a pork chop, that would be a judo chop. Judo chop. Anyone seen Austin Powers?
Remember having to speak with anybody specifically.
Okay. But you were just making sure they didn't come through.
Yeah, I was parked there next to the crime scene tape with my lights on and my vehicle blocking the road.
So when cars approached the roadblock, they just on their own turned around and went back the way they had come?
Yes.
All right. And did one of those cars in particular stand out to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what vehicle was that?
It was a later 2000s model Honda Odyssey van.
Why did that vehicle stand out to you?
I had obtained information that the ex-wife drove a vehicle like that.
That's interesting, isn't it? You know, this guy is not a crime scene detective. He's just kind of your average duties police officer, patrol, I should imagine, and stuff like that. And he's been informed of the type of vehicle that the ex-wife of the murder victim drove. So that's kind of interesting. You know, Bolo, be on the lookout for a Honda Odyssey.
All right. Were you able to see the occupant of the vehicle clearly?
No.
Were you able to tell how many occupants?
Yeah, Angie, the peeing forever. I remember watching that way back, and just absolutely dying with laughter. Or the other bit that's good is when he's in the steamroller going like 1.5 miles an hour, and he's going to run over that guy who's, you know, screaming for ages. And Austin Powers does a lot of things with time, doesn't it? It's so funny.
That were in the vehicle?
No.
All right. Were you able to tell whether it was a man or a woman?
I thought it was possibly a woman because I thought I remembered seeing longer hair, but I couldn't say conclusively.
All right. Did you have you didn't have any contact with the driver?
No, ma'am.
What did the
Straight-laced Tallahassee, long hair, got to be a woman.
driver of this Honda Odyssey do when the driver approached the roadblock?
Just immediately did a 3-point turn and left.
All right. And as you approach the roadblock, if you're one of these drivers, the way they would come up to the roadblock.
See, it's interesting. Wendi Adelson, with all of her treachery and trickery and lies, you know, those kind of details that require Wendi to put herself in the shoes of someone else, she can't do, right? She cannot do that. She doesn't know how to do that. You know, if it's a cop who's posted and sees multiple cars, you know, come in and have to turn around, as you can imagine, I'm sure we've got lots of drivers in the audience. You pause, you take it in, right? And let's be honest, when there's some crime scene or a car accident, it's kind of a natural thing for many to want to have a look, you know? If there's an accident on the freeway, all the cars are slowing down, and not to avoid a collision, to check it out, right? There's a curiosity there. So normal chain of events, a car will come in, see the roadblock, see the police, stop, spend a few seconds, couple of seconds, 3 seconds, considering the next step. What do I need to do? Something's going on, official business, better do a 3-point turn, K-turn, whatever, and mosey on down the road. But Wendi, does it instantaneously. Sees the roadblock, turn around, which stood out to this police officer, you know. And Wendi wasn't able to, consider that in her and adjust her actions to be more appropriate to blend in with what a normal person would do, right? She's not capable of that.
Would you be able to see that the law enforcement activity was occurring at the Markel residence?
Yes.
And the person driving I'm going to show you, Stacey.
Victoria girl, hello, how are you doing? Everything still okay with this audio, Amy? Or does my mic need to turn down? I adjusted it, but no one let me know if that was better.
It's Exhibit 18. Recognize this?
It looks like the vehicle.
This is similar or consistent with the vehicle you saw first?
Yeah, Spacey Dove says, "Wow, he already knew about Wendy's car. I didn't remember hearing that before." That's why we're going through this trial bit by bit, Spacey Dove, piece by piece, because so much of the minutia we forget. We always go back and watch Wendi, Jeff, Katherine Magbanua, Junum Chinder, Luis Rivera, the big one, the big names, right? Everyone focuses on those. And, it's easy to see why they're such important witnesses. But these details from the cop that was just posted at Trescott to monitor the roadblock, to make sure no one passes, that sort of thing, a minor character in this opus, provides details like that are so important overall. And they're lost. They're so usually lost. That's why we're going back and hoovering them up.
18 it is? All right. You may.
The driver of this.
Okay, Maribel is hooked. I turned my microphone down a little, so hopefully that'll be a bit better. But George has stepped away from the mic right now, so bad comparison.
Vehicle or the vehicle consistent with this. Did they ask you any questions about what was going on at the Markel residence?
No.
And was there anything unusual about the way this particular vehicle turned around?
Just seemed a little more quicker than the other one.
By the way, guys, as we've got a picture of this car up at the moment, I had a little conversation with Harley D today, who is the individual that went on to Julie's show, AA Legal Focus, and put a version of the charge card covert message theory. If you don't know what that is, you will soon. He's the one that put out a version of that theory that actually brought me into thinking that it's something that could have legs. And I've promised to do a big analysis about it and just look at it from all angles. And I had to speak with him today because I had some questions about his theory, and we were just fleshing out the details, and we really made some progress. We asked good questions. And very soon, I promise, I know I say this all the time, but what day are we today? Okay, we're not doing a show on Tuesday because we've got to take the dog to the vet on Wednesday. I think we should be ready by Thursday, Friday next week for the big video on the charge card theory. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel for that, because I think it's going to be one of the best videos that we've done. It is a really, we're going to have a big conversation about it in chat because we need your opinions too. There's going to be lots of polls. There's going to be lots of voting. It's going to be fantastic. And, maybe we might get to the truth or closer to the truth.
Most of the vehicles, when they pull up, you'd see them kind of pausing for a second, and I don't know if they were like formulating a new plan because suddenly they can't go the way they want to go. There's usually just seem to be a hesitation. This one caught my attention a little bit more also because when it pulled up, I mean, it just automatically did a 3-point turn and headed on.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. We can excuse the officer?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, officer. You're free to go.
Thank you, sir.
Statement call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Jeffrey Lacasse.
Jeffrey Lacasse, please.
Thank you, C. Malone, for the super sticker. Very kind of you, C. Malone.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Please have a seat.
Sir, please say your name and spell your name.
My name is Jeffrey Lacasse, Jeffrey Lacasse.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently an associate professor at Florida State University
How long have you been so employed?
since 2013.
All right, and I want to draw your attention back to 2014. Did you have a relationship with Wendi Adelson?
I did.
What type of relationship was that?
She was my girlfriend for about 4 months.
When did that relationship begin?
We dated in the fall of 2013, but casually we became a serious couple, I would say, around late February of 2014.
And when did the relationship end?
Well, that's a little tricky, but in July of 2014.
All right, and during the time that you were together with Ms. Adelson, did you become aware of her recent divorce?
I did. On our first couple of dates, that was the topic of conversation. That's in the fall of 2013.
All right, and did you get an impression as to what type of divorce that was or how it would be characterized?
An extremely contentious divorce.
All right, and during the time that you dated her, were you aware of any specific ongoing litigation with her ex-husband?
I was, particularly in February of 2014, because Ms. Adelson would react badly as that litigation proceeded. Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, and what specific litigation was the topic of discussion in your relationship with her?
Can you restate that, please?
What was there specific litigation that was the topic of discussion?
I recall a motion filed in February of 2014 where Danny had made some accusations that seemed serious, and Ms. Adelson reacted poorly. As a matter of fact, every time he filed something, she tended to react poorly.
Specifically,
Yeah, but this time it was really poorly because what he was accusing her is having her and her attorney of having unclean hands and lying on her asset disclosure. Why? To squeeze more money out of the settlement. What is your problem? You know, if it was like some grifter, you know, some you know, low income, low, you know, not a seriously wealthy family with a luxury apartment in Miami. You know, you've got enough money. If it was some, like, you know, person from sheltered housing background that was like, oh, I've got a divorce, so I'm getting paid. I'm gonna get paid. And what's your problem?
did you have knowledge through your relationship with Mrs. Adelson about a motion that had been filed by her ex-husband that was requesting that her mother not have contact with the children unless it was supervised?
Yes, I do recall that.
All right, and was that one of the items that she was really upset over?
Yes, there were many, but that was one for sure.
Okay, so fair to say she took that litigation or that filing very seriously?
Yeah, she took every filing and every point in every motion very.
Yeah, Carla York is talking about the house that my parents stayed in Pacific Palisades. Survived the fire. Was there looking at lots today. Oh, you were actually there physically? Well, at that house? That's cool. Yeah, beautiful house. Really nicely done. I mean, you compare that to the house that we looked at, Wendy's house in Austin, and Bree. Actually, I think it was Bree's parents' house in North Carolina. And I saw a little bit of Patty's episode where she looked at the house that Wendi, or the apartment that Wendi had in Miami, that she was renting for $5,000 a month with a 15 grand down payment. And it was a piece of shit, man. You call that a house? That's what you had to go to all this trouble to live in? I mean, if she was moving to the house in Pacific Palisades, you know, at least that'd be something. I mean, don't kill Professor Markel, okay? Don't, no. But you know, I mean, if you're gonna, at least go and live in that house in Pacific Palisades.
Seriously, was my impression.
What about her mother, Donna Adelson? Do you have any personal knowledge as to how Donna Adelson took that particular filing about her having contact with the kids?
No, I do not.
Did you know Dan Markel?
I didn't know Dan Markel. I met.
So these lots, Carla York. Sorry, guys, to get off the subject here, but these lots, is it a case of everything's like burnt out and stuff is going cheap? Good time to invest. Good time to invest. I mean, tragic, but you know, good time to invest, right?
Dan Markel
Maybe.
on a handful of occasions for a few minutes on each occasion.
Any issues between the two of you?
No, I mean, he was my new girlfriend's ex-husband, so I was listening to Wendi Adelson describe him in terrible terms regularly. But in terms of us having an actual conflict, no, ma'am, never.
No negative words ever spoken between the
Oh
two
no,
of
we
you?
were always very polite and cordial to one another when we interacted.
Yeah, is that right, Jeff? You didn't go around there with a tire iron and say, if you file one more motion, you're a dead man. Concede defeat.
Were you specifically aware of the litigation concerning Wendi Adelson's desire to relocate to South Florida with her children?
Yes, that was a big topic of conversation on our first couple of dates because it had just been denied a few months previous.
Okay. Why, if you know, did Wendi Adelson want to relocate to South Florida?
She despised living in Tallahassee and wanted to live in Miami.
And what was in Miami?
Well, her parents, well, there's multiple reasons.
Yeah, parents, sushi, you know, an address. It's all about the address, isn't it? South Beach. That was in South Beach. Wobble, South Beach. Bottom line. Fucking A, bro. Katherine Magbanua. I cannot wait to see her on the stand. We've got to come up with some new one-liners for Katherine Magbanua. You know, there's two Katie's, aren't there? You know, we've got Katie from the block, and then we've got courtroom Katie. You know, and sometimes they sort of intersect and cross over. Bottom line.
Chief among those reasons would be the fact that her parents and brother were down there.
How would you characterize her relationship with her parents and brother?
Extremely close.
Did Wendi Adelson ever make a joke in your presence about her TV?
Yes, ma'am, she did. In October of 2013, the first time I had went to her house on Aqua Ridge, and we were going to watch a movie, she made a joke, which she characterized as her...
Carla, did you actually go in that house? Because if you did, I'll tell my dad. He'll think that's amazing.
brother's joke, but she was the one telling it, that, her brother had looked into hiring a hitman, but a TV was cheaper. And I heard her repeat that joke at a later occasion.
All right. So you heard that joke a couple times.
At least twice, yes, ma'am.
All right. During your time in your relationship with Wendi Adelson, did you ever have any occasion to meet her family members?
Yes.
What family members did you meet?
Donna Adelson came in, I believe, October, November of 2013, and we had dinner. Spoke to her very briefly.
All right. Is that the only family member?
No, I also met Donna and Harvey would travel up here, and I would have.
God, I'd love to be a fly on the wall to watch Jeff meeting Donna. You know when you meet your girlfriend's parents for the first time? And you're aware that you're being assessed, right? You're super aware that you're being totally assessed. Are you good enough for my little girl? It's like, oh, and the answer was obviously no, Jeff.
Very limited small talk with them because they took care of the kids when we would go on a date. But I didn't have a lot more interaction than that because there was sort of a secretive thing they seemed secretive in nature when we would return from one of those dates. Wendi Adelson would never invite me inside the house. And when we were all in a group setting, say at the circus or downtown Get Down, Wendi and I would talk. The parents would be over here, and they just never said much to me.
All right. So they didn't have too much interest in you, it seemed.
No, they were polite but cold.
All right. And what about in Miami? Did you ever take any trips to Miami?
I did take one trip to Miami with Wendi in March of 2014.
And what family members did you spend time with on that trip?
We met with her brother, Charles Adelson, and we stayed at his house for one evening.
All right. And was that the same evening that you came to meet Katherine Magbanua?
Yes, we had dinner with Katherine Magbanua and Charlie Adelson prior to going to his house, yes.
All right. And this is in March of 2014?
Yes, it was during spring break. Wendi Adelson and I had went for alternative spring break, and it was Wednesday or Thursday of that week. We traveled to Miami to meet Charles. Charles Adelson was the point.
All right. And how was Ms. Magbanua introduced to you?
I don't recall exactly the word. It was clearly a dating relationship and a fairly new one. I couldn't tell you whether he said girlfriend or not, but it was a new romantic interest.
Of Charlie Adelson? Of
Charles Adelson, yes.
All right. So the four of you have dinner in Miami, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you know
Beach.
the date of that dinner? It's okay if you don't. Definitely March of 14?
Yes, between like March 10th and 14th of 14.
All right. And so you had dinner with was that the only time you ever had any contact with Katherine Magbanua?
Yes.
All right. So you may not be able to identify her, but if you can, is she present in the courtroom today?
I can identify her. Katherine Magbanua.
Please point her out and describe what she's wearing.
Katherine Magbanua is sitting in a dark suit between her attorneys, who I recognize as Christopher DeCoste and Tara Kawas.
All right. Thank you. Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Stop showing off, Jeff. I tell you what, why don't you identify everybody in the courtroom? Show off. I want their with the dates of birth and social security numbers. You have to memorize everything. Smug fuck. I'm just kidding.
When you and Wendi Adelson had dinner with Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, did you get the impression that this was the first time that Wendi had ever met Magbanua?
I got that rough impression because there was, I don't recall a great deal about that meeting, but I do remember some getting to know you talk that would have been abnormal if they had a long-standing relationship. So they were talking about their life situations and such in an introductory way. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did Wendi at any time express to you any particular enthusiasm about this woman as opposed to any of her brother's other girlfriends?
Yeah, prior to the meeting, she seemed very excited about the fact that her brother was dating Katherine.
All right. And was that surprising?
Yes, a little bit. After dinner, it seemed a little surprising. It wasn't quite what once we had dinner, it wasn't quite what I had expected given Wendy's descriptions.
All right. And had you been through this with Wendi before? Your relationship was relatively new as well. Do you have personal knowledge about the way Wendi typically reacted to Charlie's girlfriends?
I don't recall exactly that. I don't.
Okay. Did anything unusual happen at the dinner?
Well, there's two things that stuck out to me. The first one was that Wendi Adelson had kind of a complex about being a single mom because Charlie had told her that no man wants to date a single mom. So we had this conversation repeatedly. And then I show up to dinner and Charlie's dating a single mom. So that was a little surprising. The other thing that
he's got his man purse with him, Spacey, don't worry. I think it's in his lap. In case he needs to touch up his lipstick. No, he came in with it. It was on his shoulder when he walked in the courtroom. So it's either in his lap or on the floor. Full of tampons.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Specifically, did the fact that we talked about the fact that she's a single mom,
Yes.
Did it come up any information about her child's father?
Yes, exactly. So that was the second thing that was surprising. Well, that sticks out to me is during that getting to know you small talk, Miss Magbanua had mentioned that the father of her children had interactions with
I'm only going to object.
Yes, one Pariah 67. I think these trial marathons are important. I know not everybody has the patience or the stamina to see it all through, but people can come and go. I like doing it for myself. I mean, it's just to go through the whole thing. But to answer your question, I think I'm going to do the entire Charlie Adelson trial before Donna's trial because there's so many details that are going to be relevant to Donna's trial. So why don't we pick them up?
Because this is a discovery violation. It's the first time I'm ever hearing of the statement of my client being made.
What's your objection?
It's a discovery violation. I need a Richardson hearing. I've never heard this statement of my client ever in the past 6 years of this case.
Did you have the opportunity to take his deposition?
Yes, and it wasn't mentioned.
All right. Well, if it's not asked, then he can't mention it. So that's overruled. You can proceed.
Mr. Lacasse, is this the first time you've ever mentioned this statement?
It is not.
Okay, when have you mentioned it before?
I talked to Investigator Isom between March and May of 2015 because he had called inquiring about Ms. Magbanua about a year and a half before she was arrested.
Okay, and you've previously given some testimony in this
Thank you so much, Victoria Girl, for the super chat.
matter as well.
Again, please.
Have you previously given testimony in this matter, the same case?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And what statement, if any, did Ms. Magbanua make about her child's father?
Yeah. So I cannot recall every exact word. I remember references to fighting.
Who's the troll, Jane? Let's check it out. Who is this troll? Jane, be helpful if you put the name. I can kick him out right now. Where's this? Now let this scrapper come to me. Well, hit us with the name, Jane, if you can.
The word police, and that he definitely had a criminal record, which didn't sound like speeding tickets. It sounded serious.
Okay. And you never had the opportunity to meet her child's father, did you?
No, I never met him.
Okay. Did Charlie participate at all in that conversation?
We were all there. We were all engaged.
But he didn't specifically say anything relevant. Like,
I don't recall
hey,
anything.
I know that guy.
No,
For example.
Did not say anything quite like that I recall. This is
Okay.
The English guy behind the curtain. Is that me?
a dinner, almost 9 years ago now. So, yeah.
I know. Do you recall who paid for dinner?
Charlie did.
And do you recall how he paid for dinner?
I do not.
All right. Do you know whether Charlie carried large amounts of cash?
Yeah.
I do not know if
He took out a bundle of $1,000 bills.
carried large amounts of cash. Wendi mentioned the fact that he certainly stored large amounts of cash in shoeboxes in his home.
All right. And did you know, or do you know, whether or not Charlie Adelson runs a cash business?
That was what I was told by Wendi Adelson.
Okay. All right. So what happens after dinner?
After dinner, we go to yogurt, had a quick dessert, and then Miss Magbanua departed, and Wendi Adelson drove me to Charlie Adelson's house, at which point I do recall observing that she was unusually jittery and being strange. I didn't know what to make of it at the time.
And we're talking about Wendi Adelson.
Yeah, Wendi Adelson driving me to Charlie's home.
All right. So when you go back to Charlie's house, is it just you and Wendi and Charlie there?
Yes, as well as Charlie's then roommate, Jerome Obed, was there as well.
All right. And that's the dermatologist?
Yes.
Okay. And so during the time that y'all were hanging out at the house after dinner, did the topic of Dan Markel come up?
Thank you so much, Carly York, for the 5 coffees on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics for the travel fund. Thank you, Carly York.
It did.
In what regard?
Well, he didn't go anywhere with Wendi without hearing about Dan Markel, so it wasn't atypical, but there was talk about the divorce, the post-divorce litigation. There was negative talk about Danny. I recall Charlie getting a little heated up in the hot tub about Danny.
So y'all were in the hot tub?
We were in the hot tub.
And Charlie was expressing some negative words against Dan Markel?
Yes, strong negative words. And I also had a constant stream of comments from Wendi about what Charlie thought, that Charlie hated Danny's, guts.
Okay. I want to talk about the incident that occurred at the coffee shop on June 4th of 2014. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened at the coffee shop? Was that here in Tallahassee?
That was at Red Eye Coffee. I had met Wendi for a cup of coffee. I had an appointment in the same building later, so we just met up. And a couple of things happened on that day, but at the coffee shop, Wendi canceled a trip that we had planned for her to come meet my parents in California, which was scheduled for July 11th to 17th. And she said she canceled that trip because she was concerned we wouldn't get back in time to pick up the kids on the 18th, which didn't make a whole lot of sense. But we then discussed, rescheduling the trip. It wasn't anything I objected to strongly or anything like that, but it was weird.
The plan originally was for you to return to Tallahassee on the 17th?
Yes.
And then for her to take custody of her kids from Dan Markel on the 18th?
Yes.
Okay. And she canceled the trip because why?
Because our flight might get delayed in the middle of summer and we would get stranded and not be able to be there to pick up the kids, and she had to.
Hey, Mary, don't forget Spacey Dove, Carrie Brooke. Of course, we've got Amy riding shotgun, Neverly Darling, and Udi, and I think that's it. I always get nervous that I've missed someone out. Let me double check. Carrie Brooke, Amy, Neverly, riding shotgun, Spacey Dove, and Udi, the bulletproof Metrix moderators.
Pick up the kids on the 18th.
Okay. Did you see her later that night?
Yes, I went to her house and hung out with her and her children that night.
All right. And was there anything unusual about her behavior on the night of June 4th, 2014?
Definitely. She was a nervous wreck. And I actually traveled to the store to buy her, I believe, some Pepto-Bismol because she was such a nervous wreck. She was having stomach problems. So she wasn't food poisoned. She didn't have the flu. She wasn't sick. She was just so nervous that she was having stomach problems.
All right. Tell us about the way the beginning of the end of your relationship.
Can you give me a date?
My understanding is there was a big fight on June 29th.
Yeah. So we traveled to Gainesville together. I had a work trip in Gainesville, and Miss Adelson accompanied me. And the relationship had been a little bit of, not a little bit, it had been a huge roller coaster of up and down and love bombing, and I perceived a lot of manipulation and lying. And on, I guess it was the night, June 28th, that Saturday, we had a relationship conflict. We had I don't know if argument's quite the right word, but I was kind of tired of being strung along, and which is what it felt like. I couldn't figure out why I was being strung along, but that's what it felt like. And we sort of had it out.
All right. So when was the next time you saw her after the big fight?
Well, the next day we drove from Gainesville to Tallahassee.
It's a shame, as much insight as Jeff has at the time embedded in the snare, didn't have enough to, he's like, oh, I didn't know why I was being strung along, so we had it out. Well, Jeff, you were being strung along in order for you to have it out, so you could be labeled as a jealous thug to Jane McPherson, who would come in to the interrogation room where Wendi was being interviewed and bring up your name, feed it into Wendi, right? We hope you see that now, Jeff.
So I saw her then, and I dropped her off at her house. It was a very awkward, multiple hour trip from Gainesville to Tallahassee.
All right. And did that feel like the end of the relationship at that time?
It wasn't great, but no, it didn't feel like the end. No, in fact, she said otherwise. I mean, I actually distinctly remember departing her house and her saying that this was not the end. But as I said, I felt like I was being strung along, where it was a constant roller coaster in a way that seemed purposeful and manipulative.
All right. So that takes us to June 30th of 2014, when you part ways after this sort of bad trip to Gainesville.
Yes, I dropped her off at her house on Aqua Ridge, and yeah, right.
When do you see her next after that?
I see her next July 13th, after she had spent 2 weeks in South Florida. We did have communications in that time period, but I didn't see her.
And was she in, do you know the dates that she was in South Florida?
She told me that the day after I dropped her off, which I guess is June 30th, that she had headed to South Florida and that she had returned July 30th. I don't know if that's true. That's just what she told me.
July 30th?
No, excuse me. June 30th to June 30th to July 13th. Supposedly I was seeing her upon her return to Tallahassee.
Okay.
I just don't know if that's true. I don't know what day she actually got
Okay.
it.
She represented she'd been in South Florida. So you see her, so it's been a couple of weeks since the big fight.
Yes.
And where did you see her?
I talked on the phone in the interim, and long story short, decided to keep going, to not break up, to continue to pursue the relationship. So we had a date. I picked her up at her house, and we went to the movies and dinner.
All right. And did you return back to her residence after your date?
I did. We did.
Was there anything unusual?
Has anybody seen the movie, I think it's just called Neighbors? Anyone seen that movie? That's the movie that they went to go see. I haven't seen it. It doesn't sound like something I would like.
About her behavior that evening?
Well, she made a very strange statement to me at the house.
Tell us about that, please.
Yeah. So we're walking into the house and we're having chit chat, and she says, "Can I tell something to you confidentially?" And I said, "Sure." And she tells me that last summer, when the relocation got denied, Charlie investigated multiple ways to fix this problem of Danny Markel, including hiring a hitman, and that it was going to cost about $15,000. And I'm unsure if that number is 15,000 or 50,000 because they sound similar, but she told me that the previous summer, that Charlie had looked into having Danny killed by a hitman.
The previous summer, before the divorce was final, which would have meant, had Danny been killed at that point, Wendi, as the legal wife, estranged or not, would have inherited the entire estate without question, legally. No, put the money in the trust fund with Shelley Markel as the custodian, releasing, what do you call it? What is the word? Disbursements to Wendi for the benefit of the boys. None of that. Just entire estate to Wendi. The house, everything. The bank accounts, everything. 401k, everything. Checking account, everything. Everything goes to Wendi in the event that Markel was killed before the divorce was finalized. I mean, I'm assuming that, but I think it's I'm pretty sure that's accurate. So Wendi must have been pissed that Charlie not only didn't get it done, but blew 50 grand on someone who just took the money. Then divorced him, which meant that it was more complicated for the estate. What do you call it? Management. Sorry, it's late.
All right, so that would have been the summer of 2013.
Yes.
Okay, and when she told you this statement, you previously characterized the TV statement as a joke.
Mhm.
Was this statement also in the characterization of a joke?
No, these are two discrete, completely different things. She had a joke she would make.
Spacey, we could play it now. Where can Michelle find the Katie Sigfredo mom phone call? I tell you what, we could play that now, and we could upload it tomorrow. I mean, should we play that now? I think it's reasonably long, but it is good. We could take a little break from Jeff to mix it up a bit. It's Sunday fun day. Let's go to the wiretaps. Don't take my word for it. Katie. It's 16 minutes. Yeah, let's throw it on. Let's throw it on. This is for you, Michelle. Dedicated to Michelle. Let's see here. Shit. Oh, hang on. Whoa. Hang on. I don't think that's playing for you guys. Let me just control audio. Yes.
Hello. I'm tired of this. Hello. I'm tired of this, Mom. I'm going to the cops. I'm tired of this. He freaking You're going to the everything, and I'm tired of it. He every single time you yourself you led to be the way that he is. When he lived with a prostitute, that's just an excuse, okay? I didn't let him have the kids.
Okay, can you explain to me what happened, Katie? Because what happened? Why are you two fighting in front of the kids?
Since Sunday, okay? He wants to do whatever he wants. He comes home at 11 o'clock at night. I look through his phone. Oh, mysterious call at 3 o'clock in the morning. And I call the girl, and then he's like, she hangs up the phone on me. Oh, because she's a lesbian. But yeah, he's always lying to me. How many times do I have to get cheated on? How much
Katie,
do I have
listen. That is a
Okay, everybody needs to ask themselves, what is it that Katie is trying to achieve in this call? I mean, she just steamrolls over the mother here.
girl. Listen, that's a girl that is a
No,
lesbian.
you're just like that. You always go and you fucking protect me.
Okay.
Well, what? If you go to my house, Mom, and you take care of my kids, and you don't let them take care of my kids, I swear to God, I will call the cops. I swear to God, it is his responsibility. Stop.
And not yours, Katie, and yours, both of you, responsibility to take care of those kids. And not fight in front of them.
You're not going to my house, and you're not going to be doing and babying shit while he does the stuff that he does. You want him to be the bad person again?
Katie, you go out every day too. What's going on? Why are you two fighting?
Mom, why do you want him to be like that? What, he's asking you to go to the house already to take care of the kids?
No.
Stop, Mom.
What,
You want to help?
where are the kids? Where are the kids? That's what I'm interested in.
I left. I'm tired of this. He strangled me. He banged my head through the wall.
Okay. Did you hit him?
Of course, the fucking bitch called. He's calling a
Did you hit him? Yes!
Okay, so
I hit him in the head with a heavy stone.
see, listen. It's both your fault, yours and his.
No, you never
Okay,
hit
and what you're doing, don't leave your kids. Why are you leaving your kids? Katie?
ever even hit a prostitute, okay? But yeah, he's gonna hit me that does everything, and I let
Okay,
him go
so
and let him do everything.
Katie, but you were hitting him too. You were hitting him. It's wrong for him to hit you.
Me pushing him is hitting him strangling me. Do you want to see me? I'm gonna go to your house right now so you can see how beat up I am.
Okay, and
House right now so you can.
Yes, Spacey Dove. This is one of the reasons I am pretty looking forward to seeing what Jackie Fulford does, because I'm not gonna say that I've been incredibly impressed with her or anything, but she's got this very cutting vibe. And I think with a nice guy witness like Jeff, she's gonna do a pretty mean number on him, and others. So yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a good show, I think. Well, she doesn't have to be a decent attorney or have a client that's in any way redeemable, but she's going to do her job, and I think it's going to be something to see. Zellman, I'm not enthralled with at all. That guy just, I mean, I think he spends too much time with his mother or something. Homemade pudding, or I don't know, just
I am.
I
don't call my mom. I fucking cry about it. I've been sucking it in. You guys are horrible people. You guys are horrible.
I'm horrible, Katie. When I'm always there, every time you all need me.
No, you're not. Plenty of times when I had to work 3 jobs, you wouldn't even help me watch my kids.
When was that, Katie?
What are you talking about? When I had to...
Katie, standing outside a bar, wearing short shorts and a crop top, handing out vodka and little solo cups is not a job.
to bust my ass, I could easily open my legs and people can fucking throw money in my vagina, but I didn't do that.
I've never heard it put that way, Katie. That's original. Full points for originality. I could easily open my legs and people could throw money into my vagina. What an image! What an image! That'd be a new way to beg on the street, right?
You guys don't know that all.
Katie, I always been there. Every time you tell me, when have I said no?
You always enable Tuto. I used to give Tuto $400. Mom started seeing how much I was struggling and she started watching him for me.
Katie, your mother left your house. And every time you needed something, I was there. Every time you said, "Come, I need you to take care of the kids," I took care of the kids. Katie, I always been taking care of the kids. I don't understand how could you abandon your kids.
Just like what you're gonna do right now, Mom. Tuto's gonna throw them to you, because he is saying in his mind you don't understand that he has a problem with alcohol. He has a problem with coke. You don't want to see that?
I see everything, Katie. I see your problems and his problems. I see everything. I just shut up and don't say anything.
Then why do you think I couldn't have my mom around anymore? She's going to see that I'm with a guy that doesn't even care.
What do you... Oh, my God.
Why do you think my mom left? Okay.
Because she was tired of yours and Tuto's fighting all the time. That's why she left.
Yeah, right, Victoria. It's okay. She's a lesbian. Who was that girl? It's okay. She's a lesbian.
She didn't leave me because of that. I told her, okay, just stay with my brother because you know what? I can't. It was so unhealthy. I cut Tuto off. You know I did. Every time I had to beg him to see his own kids on his own birthday, Ethan, what was he doing? Instead, he posted on and he plays the game and he didn't even watch him on his own birthday. I had him the whole day, and when it's time to drop him off, he wasn't there.
So her argument is that Sigfredo didn't watch him, Ethan, on his birthday. Well, supposedly she needed Sigfredo to watch Ethan because she was going out so, on the birthday. He didn't even watch him. I had to stay in with my stupid kid.
Katie.
How much more do I have to go through? It's not fair.
Okay, listen. It's not about you. Listen, it's not about you. It's not about Tuto. It's about the kids.
I've done everything I can for the kids already, Mom. I've done everything.
So you're leaving? That's a good mother, Katie. You're leaving your children behind?
Well, so then your son is incapable of taking care of them. That's what
No. They need their mother too, Katie.
I'm not going to disappear. I'm not Tuto. But you know what? Right now, I'm not going to go get strangled and pounded in front of my children.
But you're telling me, listen, you're telling me that if I go and see Tuto's face, I'm not going to see him all scratched up and beat up too?
Of course, because I had to push him off of me. He was strangling me. Do you want me to videotape him strangling me?
Okay, let me ask you, who started fighting with each other? Was it you, the one who first threw the...
You know, this mother talking here, for all of her years and experience, she should not be engaging with this conversation. It's clearly not going anywhere. You fucking hang up. You say, I'm not going to talk to you when you're like this. You want to talk to me? You call me back when you're in the mood to be fucking productive, because this is bullshit. Goodbye.
First punch? Because that's the way you two fight.
On his freaking chest, because I was like, and I had his phone. I was like, who are you calling at 3 o'clock?
Okay, that's wrong. That's wrong. And why didn't you ask him? Instead of punching him? He did. He explained to you.
I pushed him.
He's not cheating on you, Katie. He's not.
On his chest. No,
He's not cheating on you.
He comes home at 11 o'clock at night when he's been out since all freaking night, okay?
Oh, freaking nice. Wobble, wobble, wobble. Bottom line.
Saying he's fishing and he comes home at 11 o'clock at night. I have the kids ready to go out to eat. I tell him, let's go eat. Oh no, I'm too tired. But yeah, you can go fishing till 11 o'clock at night and then you get a missed call or a phone call at 3 o'clock in the morning. Really?
Who called him
Yeah,
at
but
3 o'clock in the morning?
I got a phone call at 3 in the morning, but it was from a lesbian, Katie.
Michelle, the dry cleaner. I called the phone number back.
Michelle, the dry cleaner.
and the bitch hangs up on me. And then he tells me, oh, because she's a lesbian or whatever. Mom, come on, I'm not an idiot. This has been going on. Every Thursday, right when he gets off of work, he goes to go play pool. He has all this money to go play pool and stay out all night. And
What do you mean, all this money to go play pool? What does that cost? $1? He has all this money to go and play pool. I mean, even if you stay in there for 6 hours, $10?
and I have to go to work on Friday. I'm nervous. I call him at 2:30. Oh, I'm playing pool. It's 4 o'clock in the morning and we're arguing and I have to wake up in 2 hours because I never miss school.
Okay, and I see that.
As normal as possible, but you know what? All of you start turning your backs on me. While he lives with a prostitute, you guys all turn your backs on me.
Katie, you were with a guy. You were with a guy too. I'm not sticking my nose in your business or his business. What am I going to tell him?
Boyfriend, because he was going to beat him up, okay?
Oh my God! So you telling me that Tutu was a prostitute and you were with a guy?
Hang on. There's a bit of evidence. Just go back.
I'm not sticking my nose in your business or his business. What am I going to tell him?
Boyfriend, because he was going to beat him up, okay?
He was going to beat him up, you know. Like, I can't remember where it came up, but there was at some point, I think it was in, it was from court. I think it was when Katie was on the stand, and who was questioning her? Probably Georgia. It's probably, I don't know, but whether or not this thing with the jet ski, Charlie had the jet ski on a trailer and had to do a K-turn because Sigfredo cut them off. There was some question along the line somewhere whether or not that actually happened. I believe it did, and this backs it up. He was going to beat him up. He was going to beat the boyfriend up, the dentist.
Oh my God! So you telling me that Tutu was a prostitute and you were with a guy?
I was single for a whole year, and he was still living with this girl. Okay, that's when I completely cut him off because he didn't want to see his kids. He blames it on me, but it had nothing to do with the kids. Like I told him, you can get angry at me all you want, but what does it have to do with the kids? It was still his responsibility to see if every other week.
That's why I'm telling you now. What does it have to do with the kids? Why you left your house and leave your kids behind?
You wanted me to stay there so that he can go to sleep and him party again at night and then him. No, Mom, I went through this too much already. Too much. I'm not gonna involve my family how he involves you.
I really don't know what it is that Katie wants, you know. What is it that she wants? It sounds like that she's pretty happy complaining. Like there's no call for a solution. It's not like I need this, and that's how we improve the situation. This is the optimal situation, right? She's got someone to lash out against. There's no, really what she should be doing is, splitting up with Sigfredo and saying, there's no more relationship. We have shared children in common. You go and live with your lesbian prostitute, and I live here. You see the kids on these days. I see the kids on these days. You're going to need to pay me some money to help with the supporting the kids. I mean, it's clearly done. It's never going to get better.
You guys, okay? It's enough. My mom has gone through so much already. She's in a lot of pain. I'm not gonna go to my brother and snitch like he does. I'm all bruised up myself. Okay? I'm not gonna
Okay, you
deal
two
with
need
it.
to. I think you
I'm not going to snitch. Not snitching is important to Katie.
need to grow up, both of you.
No,
That's
what
what
you
I
need to do is
think.
stop enabling him, because the first thing you're gonna do is you're gonna start helping him out, and he's gonna throw my kids to you every single time.
No, he
And
needs
it's
to
not
work.
fair. He
He needs
do
to work.
his job. No, he
Huh?
needs to do his job. He's at work. The kids are at school. How difficult is that?
Okay.
Wow, Carla York, action figure for the bump guy, Sammy. And what would he say? I think we all know what he'd say when we press the button, right? I was with Taco. I was with Taco up in Broward. And he told me everything. Do the right thing, man. Take care of Taco like you've been taking care of Katie and Tudo, man. This ain't going away.
And what?
We should create a goal. Oh, by the way, guys, if you do want to support the channel, you can do so at a link in the description for buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Other links there, great links. Check it out, and or support the channel with a super chat or a super sticker, or don't. I'm easy.
I did it myself. While he lived with this girl, I did it myself. Did I have you dropping off the kids at school? Did I have you picking up the kids at school?
Can I ask you where you're going?
I don't even know. I'm
Are you going to
do something today. I don't know. I have nowhere to go. If I'm not gonna freaking call my mom and tell her all my problems. I'm an adult. I have to deal with this.
Katie, that's wrong. Don't leave your kids behind.
No,
You know?
Mom, but it's okay. You told Tuto it's okay. You told Tuto it's
No, I'm not telling Tuto or you that it's okay. What I want from you two is to sit down and talk like adults without beating each other up, without screaming in front of the kids.
You know what?
Okay?
My mother always told me a woman can hit you as many times as she wants, but never, ever are you supposed to be, as a man, even touch your wife.
Yeah.
Ever.
That's true. I agree with that. But also, don't.
Get cheated on, okay? I'm not. I went through this already.
Katie.
I to go to work. Now I'm trying
Did Tuto start screaming at you when you go out with your friends and accuse you of having an affair?
The only times that I ever gone out with my friends is for their birthday. And you know what? Your son calls me and I pick up the phone right away. He has my friends' phone numbers, which are my best friends. I never go out. That's the problem. But him, he goes to the pool every time. He goes to go play and fucking now the whole thing about the fishing till 11 o'clock. And it's going to be a daily thing.
Thanks so much for the super chat, Ryden. Superstar.
It's going to be like that all the time.
Well, but the answer is not beat each other up, Katie. The answer is talking without fighting.
But you know what? It's gotten to the point where it's like he knows he can do it now. Because he gets me to the point where he wants to fight because he sees that I will react the way that I am. And it's wrong for me to react the way that I am, but he pushes me to.
Carla York needs me to explain the wobbling. It was on a phone call with Charlie Adelson about the Lexus that she got from that used to belong to Harvey Adelson, and there was a problem with the tire, and it basically got ripped apart, went under the car or something, I don't know. And she was describing to Charlie what it was like before that happened. And she was like, "Oh my God, it was wobbling." She just really accentuated the vowels in a unique way that I'd never heard before. Wobbling. And she also said it again about when she was driving a boat or something. She likes to say wobbling.
Be that way. And I don't want it to be evil.
Thank you, Amy, for the super chat. Superstar Amy.
An evil person.
It's just that those kids are watching all of that.
Tacos.
And what?
$400 worth of groceries? All right, every other weekend.
Hey, and also thanks so much, Clarissa H. and Evan Elizabeth Duke. Thank you, guys.
He bought groceries for the kids.
I understand that you will forever defend him because he's your son. But if
No. Listen, if he does something wrong, I'm not going to defend him.
He has done something wrong. As a mother, if Ethan ever chose a prostitute over his kids and his family and his wife, I would have walked his ass to death because that's not right. But you slapped and cheated on.
He didn't cheat on you.
Hang on. What did she just say?
That woman is
Pause. Did she say I would have beat his ass to death because that's my right? Oh, we're gonna go back. But this fucking thing is so small. Hang on. Just a little bit.
He bought groceries for the kids.
I understand that you will forever defend him because he's your son. But if
No. Listen, if he does something wrong, I'm not going to defend him.
he has done something wrong. As a mother, if Ethan ever chose a prostitute over his kids and his family and his wife, I would have walked his ass to death because that's not right. But you slapped.
I would have whooped his ass to death because that's my right. Okay. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, Katie.
He didn't cheat on you, Katie. He didn't.
Your
That woman is listen.
You don't think your son is the same way? You don't see it?
Mm-mm.
Then
I
that's
think
sad,
the
Mom.
change.
That is sad. Because you know what? I actually have respect for you, and I always go to you and I talk to you. I don't even talk to my mom the way that I talk to you. I tell you everything. But yet, look what you do. You just go for it and you just let them be. How is that
Katie,
right?
I'm just looking out for the kids. Okay.
You always say you're looking out for the kids, but you know.
Yes, I'm looking out for the kids. I think when you're a mother, you don't think of yourself. You think about your kids. That's what I think.
You don't think that I've done that? You don't think that I've done that? Did I?
No, it's not that you done it. You got to keep on doing it. Those are your children till they grow up and they go out on their own.
All right, Mom, you know what? Okay, protect your son. Goodbye.
I'm not protecting my son, Katie. I'm protecting the kids. How the hell are you going to leave your house and leave your kids?
Look, even Nikki moved so far away. She even has freaking problems with her husband. I mean, he's going at it.
Okay, no, it isn't, because you know what? Those children are there, and they need their mother.
Ethan is playing his game, and Kaylee is watching TV. They're fine. He's going to fall asleep, and God knows, hopefully he feeds them because I already fed them breakfast. That's fine. Just please don't be another laborer.
Okay.
That's
please.
his problem. If he calls you, you tell him they're your children. You have to be a man, and you need to take care of them.
Katie.
That's
He's
it.
been
No.
when he
Listen.
listen. Listen, you need to go.
Okay,
You need to calm down, and after you calm down,
Ah, sorry. This computer is slow, and when I click pause, it doesn't pause straight away. What was I saying? Shit. Now we're getting to the meat and bones, right? This is what Katie wants. She wants Sigfredo's mother to put pressure on Sigfredo to say, you need to be a man and watch your kids more, so that Katie can go out. She's just like, I mean, is that fair enough? Maybe it is, but that's really all that this. I want to go out and have some fun without kids.
It's to you, and you let him drop off the kids to you tonight, Mom, I will go to the cops. I'm telling you.
tonight. Why would he leave kids tonight here?
No. I don't want. No, I know how he is, and I know your son like the back of my hand. I've been with him and known him for 13 years. I know what he's gonna do. He's gonna use you. And if you let it keep on, I swear to God on my mother that I will call the cops. And I will report all this abuse that he's done to me.
Listen, you could report anything, and then when they see your face and his face, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna call child. They're gonna call child service and take the kids to an orphanage. Do you want that?
How are they gonna take them to an orphanage? They have my parents. They have my mom. They have my brother. They have. What?
Okay, do you want them to go through that? Because you two are in a war?
You know what? It's all up to you then. If you let, I'm not going to do it.
Listen. Do you want to come over here?
No, I
you
don't
could spend the night here if you want to.
I'm fine.
Yeah, I'll make you some enchiladas.
I'm fine. I'll figure it out. I'm a grown woman. I'm fine. If he is the father that he is, then he can take care of the kids right now. Shouldn't be a problem for him.
Okay, he's going to take care of the kids, but you need to go back to your house and take care of your kids, you know? Because the kids, if they don't see their mother, what are they going to think?
Yeah. Just like what they thought about when they didn't see their father.
Yeah, that's bad. That's terrible.
Because Charlie doesn't have any kids. This is 2016, and Charlie doesn't have any kids yet, and he's out living this fast life, and Katie probably knows what he's up to and can't join him or do a similar thing without him because she's lumbered with the kids, and she's getting herself worked up into a state because she's assuming that Sigfredo is just at the lesbian prostitute's house doing coke off her tits. Yeah, she's just working herself up into a state because she wants to go on the jet ski.
Terrible. No, kids are more attached to mothers than fathers, Katie.
Okay, Mom. All right. I'm just telling you what's going to happen, and I know exactly what's going to go down. He's going to need your help, and he's going to tell you to go and watch him. I know him. I know him like the back of my hand.
Like the back of my hand. Like the back of my hand. My wobbly back of my hand. Bottom line. Okay, that's it. That's it. Finito. Back to the trial.
About a TV being cheaper than a hitman. I knew that joke. This was a separate statement. This was chilling. This wasn't funny. This made my stomach flip. I found it disturbing at the time. It's completely different.
And the statement was made 5 days before the murder of Dan Markel.
That's correct.
By a hitman.
That's right.
All right, I want to talk about the next day, which is going to be July 14th, 2014, the Monday before the murder. Did you see Wendi Adelson now?
This is possibly not something that was even considered, but it is not unheard of for people to record conversations. I'm not saying that Jeff did that, but we've heard in cases about conversations being recorded. Jodi Arias, others that I can't think of right now. I mean, imagine that. Imagine if Jeff had thought to himself, I've really got to work out what's going on here. And she's been lying, and I've been suspecting she's lying. And sometimes she confesses things, and then the next day says that she didn't confess them. So I'm going to record her. So I can show it to her and say, this is what you said. In the context, I don't think it would have been either too far-fetched or even out of order. She's already fucking his head up in Gainesville, confessing, saying that she's been sleeping with all the men. And then the next day on the drive back from Gainesville, she's like, I never said that. So she's doing that mind game. It really wouldn't be too far-fetched for Jeff to have recorded the conversation, cell phone in the pocket, voice recorder, right? Imagine if he had that. Yeah, the recording of her saying, last summer Charlie looked into all options, and the hitman was going to cost $15,000. Too bad that didn't happen.
I did. I had left the previous night by saying I had some hope for the relationship. I said, if this won't work out.
Oh, it's choppy. Shouldn't be. We got good internet, no dropped frames. But this computer, I've been doing so much editing on this computer that it's like an old man now. It's just a little slow. Anyone else having choppy video or bad audio? Northern Soul Girl, Spacey Dove. Reboot. Clarissa H says reboot or just close the app and go back in. Sometimes that happens. That's just a YouTube thing, I think. Well, if it persists, let me know and we'll try to advise.
Just send me a text, and I won't be offended by that, and we'll just move on. But she contacted me the next day and said, I really want to spend time with you. So then she canceled plans in the middle of the day, and then we went to yoga.
You went to a yoga class together?
We attended a yoga class together, the most awkward yoga session in history.
Okay. What happens after the awkward yoga session?
Well, during the yoga session, just as a 43-year-old man that's been in a few relationships, I'm thinking, okay, this looks like this is over. The vibe I was getting. We walked to the car and exchanged words, and she didn't want to spend time with me Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, and she had the whole week off without the kids. And then there was a couple other words exchanged, but it was clear to me I thought it was over at that point. So I turned and started walking away.
Okay, and did she call you back?
Yeah, she called after me. I turned around and she asked me, are you still going to Tennessee on Friday? Because she had previously known.
Winona, I think what people mean by reboot is if you close the YouTube app and then go back in and play the video, it's going to refresh the cache or something. A lot of people watch this on their cell phones, and if there's a lot of if you've got not much storage left, I think that's bad. But I'm not too sure. I'm guessing
that I was leaving for a trip to Tennessee at 11 a.m. on Friday, July 18th, and she had
yeah. Michelle says everything is perfect sounding to her, so it is like a hardware issue. I think we're really good on the internet here, solid internet connection.
Series of questions about whether I was going. If I didn't go, why wouldn't I go?
Yeah, and Victoria Girl says that she was having issues, but exited out and in again, and it is working perfectly. Good job.
Despite seemingly just breaking up with me and not wanting to see me for the next 3 days, had a deep interest in what I was going to be doing on Friday.
All right, and your plan at that time was to leave Tallahassee by plane or car?
By car at approximately 11 a.m., and Wendi Adelson and I had.
Thank you, C. Malone, for the super sticker. Tired. Yeah, coffee. I'm going to go and get a coffee right now. I'll be back in 3 minutes, guys.
Discussed that in some detail previously because of other plans that eventually got canceled, but she was the only person aware, other than the people in Tennessee, that that's when I was leaving.
And had you followed that plan, is it correct that you would have been departing Tallahassee and getting on I-10 at approximately the same time that the killers were?
Yes, not only that, but I would have driven within probably a couple miles of Dan Markel's house.
All right. And what type of vehicle would you have been in had you gone with that plan?
At that time, I was driving a 2004 four-door metallic gray Nissan Sentra.
All right. And are you familiar with the suspect vehicle in this case?
I am.
And would you characterize your vehicle as similar in appearance to that vehicle?
Yes, especially in profile, yes.
And are you aware that in her law enforcement interview, Wendi Adelson suggested you as a potential suspect?
I am aware of that.
And did you cooperate with the police in this case?
Yes. When I came back from Tennessee, they called me. I came in immediately and cooperated with them from the very beginning.
And were you able to provide an alibi that eliminated you as a suspect from committing this murder?
Yeah, pretty solid one. They had me on videotape at a Kmart in Tennessee a couple hours after the murder, using my credit card with my cell phone showing me there. So it was pretty good alibi.
And is that because you did not follow the plan to leave at 11 a.m. on July 18th?
That's right. I left the previous evening about between 6 and 8 p.m. I changed my plans. I didn't tell anybody except the people at the other end. I certainly didn't tell Wendi Adelson we weren't speaking. And so I was already out of the state by the time of the murder.
Do you have any knowledge about a celebration dinner that was had after the murder of Dan Markel?
I do. I eventually spoke to Wendi Adelson on the phone about 10 days after the murder. I had a couple of phone conversations with her. And in one of them, she described attending what Charlie Adelson described as a celebration dinner.
And was that the dinner where she vomited at the table?
Yeah, she said she hadn't eaten food in so long that as soon as the food hit her stomach, she started vomiting.
All right. And were these couple phone calls after the homicide the last contact that you had with Wendi Adelson?
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize, Mr. Lacasse. I'm going to have to read off my laptop for my questions. Okay. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
It's been a while since we've seen each other.
Oh, wow.
Everything all right?
Everything's good.
Okay. So, Mr. Lacasse, you are testifying today in this case under not only a state subpoena, but you received a defense subpoena as well, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you're testifying more specifically to explain to this jury what you know about Wendi Adelson, right?
Among other things, yes.
Yes.
Among other things, yeah. Among other things that are not going to be helping your client. But nice try, Tara.
And you were dating Wendi Adelson up until, you okay? Up until 4 days before her husband was murdered.
Yes, well, that's a little tricky because Wendi Adelson had sent me an email after that yoga date saying, I need to think about things for another week.
Mm-hmm.
So please don't contact me until the following week. So when the murder happened, I was in a state of limbo as far as the relationship, even though I had a pretty bad feeling that, this was over. Obviously, it's not good to get an email like that. But for some reason, she wanted us to be technically in limbo for another week, was my perception.
So it was kind of like a soft breakup. Like it wasn't definitive, but hold on for a week until I get back to you kind of vibe.
Well, it was more, that's correct, ma'am, but it was more than that. It was bizarre because we just had 2 weeks apart to think about things, and I could not figure out why.
It is bizarre, isn't it? You're away for 2 weeks, you come back and have a date, and then she says, I'd like to be apart. But for a week. Just another week. When I was in Miami, I was in full-time mommy mode. You know what I wanted to do? I wanted to try living in Tallahassee, and I wanted to try and see, am I missing Jeff, or am I missing having a boyfriend in general? Or, fucking the way she does that shit with her voice, that little. Very childlike, isn't it? As if she's talking to Ben and Lincoln, but that's her whole bag. That's her charm bag, right? She's like, what's another thing that she does like that? Definitely in the interview, so much in the interview. God, I can't really think. What is it she says? It's, am I missing Jeff, or am I missing having a boyfriend in general? Fucking strangle this bitch.
She would want to drag it out for one more week at the time.
And you'd characterize her behavior at this time as being strange, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you previously said that if there was someone aside from her parents that spent a lot of time with her leading up to the murder, it was you.
In the spring of 2014, yes. To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And you had previously told the detective that during the 9 months you were dating, you were spending about...
I'll check you out, Michelle. Watching on your television, but have your phone connected for chatting. That's awesome. Multiple devices.
80 to 90% of your nights with Wendi, right?
I don't recall saying 80 to 90% of my nights. Wendi was frequently in South Florida. And frequently traveling for business and things like that. So Wendi wasn't even in Tallahassee 70, I don't know percentage of the time, but she was infrequently here actually. So I spent a lot of time with her, but not so much in the fall, to be clear, and much more in January through June.
And would it be fair to say that any night that she didn't have the kids with her when she was free, she'd spend those nights with you?
A lot of them, not all of them.
Oh. And at that time, you didn't have any kids of your own.
Correct.
Okay. And you saw firsthand how hard it is to be a single mother, right?
Yes.
From Wendi. And Wendi is different because she has a lot of help.
When her parents were in town, she had a lot of help. When she traveled to South Florida, she had a lot of help. When she was on her own, it was sometimes difficult. Yes, ma'am.
And Danny, or Professor Markel, he wasn't an absentee father, was he?
No.
Not at all, right?
No.
So she also had him actively helping her out as well, too, with the care of the boys.
Well, she had a standing offer from Professor Markel to see the children more often and to be more actively involved than was strictly, allowed by the court paperwork. Yes, if that's what you mean.
Did you ever get the feeling that Wendi would use her children as almost like tools to get on Mr. Markel's nerves or to, upset him in any way?
I hate to say this about a mother, but I saw her doing that in multiple domains, including as bait for me. I mean, I saw her doing that in multiple domains, yes.
And you got close to the boys too, right?
I did.
That was actually quite a good question, Tara Kawas. I'll give you that. Did you ever see Miss Adelson using the boys as tools to stick it to Markel? Yes, yes. You know, when she would sit them in front of the Skype camera and have them eat a pile of bacon. Thank you, Victoria Girl, for the 19 hours plus of hard work, hard, grueling, crazy work with these crazies. You know, it's to be expected when you open yourself up to almost 5,000 subscribers. Some of them are going to be freaks, dangerous freaks.
And whenever we had a fight or a problem, Wendi always invoked the children. That was her
go-to excuse.
That was her way to continue stringing me along. It felt like, because I had grown very close to the children.
And let's talk about her parents.
Yes.
Now, they live in South Florida at the time, right?
Correct.
You ever made that drive before?
Yeah, I made that drive a few times.
It's about 7 hours, right?
Yes, it's a drive.
A long, treacherous drive,
yes.
Right?
Yes.
And I only say that because Florida is just a very, not...
I don't know if it's treacherous. I mean, it's just a straight road.
Too much disease, just flat going straight for 7 hours, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not the fucking Canadian Rockies. It's Florida. It's just south. Straight line south, 9 hours.
And isn't it true that her parents, anytime they would want Wendi to come down with the boys, they would actually drive up to Tallahassee, pick her up, and drive her back down?
That's what she reported. I want to be cautious because I know her to be a person that doesn't always tell me the truth, but that's what I was told. Yes.
Well, you just brought me into a whole new line of questioning.
Okay.
Let's talk about her ability to tell the truth.
Well, I think, Jeff, if this were me, this is what, 2022. This is 8 years plus after all this shit, right? So yeah, he's had a good period of time for adjustment, but and it's his second time at trial, so he's had it's not exactly new to him. But even so, I mean, I think he's come out of it pretty good. He seems to be not enjoying this in a malicious way, but just seeing the funny sides to the bizarre nature of what he's embroiled in.
Okay.
You know her very well. You were dating her for a long time.
Well, a few months, seriously,
Okay.
But go ahead.
How would you describe her when it's, trying to determine whether or not she's telling the truth?
I found her to be a deeply deceitful person and not that great at it.
I found her to be a deeply deceitful person and not all that great at it. That's a summary, isn't it? Can you feel how angry, Wendi has this burning anger that's not within the normal range spectrum for human beings. It's way beyond that, right? Way beyond. Hair trigger, he says. So a statement like that, that's throwing a full plate of dinner at the wall material, for sure.
That was my impression.
Would she occasionally just put on a show, try to get people to feel sorry for her?
Mashed potatoes everywhere.
Wendi adopted the victim role as her default social role, her way of getting attention, sympathy, etc. Yes.
Did she play the victim role to you about how awful Danny was to her?
Yes.
And did she constantly complain about that? What a terrible person he was to her?
Endlessly, yes.
Okay, and this is, of course, all the only information you're getting from this is through Wendi Adelson's mouth, right?
95% of it. I mean, I also live in Tallahassee. We have a community. I heard some other things, but she had managed to persuade most of the rest of the community that what she was saying was true at the time. So, yeah.
So would you say she did that frequently? Like she'd speak openly about how upset she was with her divorce?
Yes, it was the top of conversation. If we went to dinner with friends, that's what we were going to talk about. Frankly, it got old.
And she worked at the same place he did, right?
Yes, they both worked at the College of Law.
So she was disparaging him amongst his colleagues as well too, right?
I can only, as far as what I witnessed, yeah, we went to dinner with some law professors where she did that sort of.
And she'd actively talk badly about her divorce in front of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, one thing that Wendi was very vocal to you about during their relationship was how much she hated Tallahassee, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was almost a daily conversation, how much she hated living here.
Yeah, Danny was part one. How bad Tallahassee was part two. That was the plot of every day, basically.
And that's why you kind of say it started to get old, because those are basically the things that she would talk about over and over and over again.
Yes.
Okay. And she blamed Dan Markel for being stuck in Tallahassee. There's no question about that.
No, she did blame. Well, she blamed Dan Markel for getting her stuck in Tallahassee. Yes.
Had you ever heard her say that if something happened to him, she'd be able to go home?
Yeah, on that night that I related to Miss Kappelman in July 13th, part of that conversation was if anything ever happened to Danny, she would probably, she would return to South Florida.
Now, and that's actually what happened in this case, right?
It's exactly what happened in this case a week later. Yeah.
As soon as he was murdered, less than a week later, she was in South Florida.
That's my understanding.
Right. Now, you love living in Tallahassee, right?
I love Tallahassee, yeah.
All right. And you chose to move here from Phoenix.
I did.
Didn't she think you were crazy from leaving Phoenix, a bigger city, than coming here?
I don't know if she said I was crazy, but it was, I'll put it this way. It was not possible to persuade her that Tallahassee had some redeeming attributes, and also that this wasn't the rest of her life, that, at some point she would be able to leave when the children were older, that, it was a very immature sort of take on it.
And you tried sometimes to, highlight the wonderful things about Tallahassee to her, but was that a fruitless effort?
Yeah, what, both of them? There's the park and the hang on, there's one more. There's the park and the petting zoo. Would you like to go to the petting zoo? They've got a goat now. I tell you, man. Fucking location 1 when we get to Tallahassee is the petting zoo. I'm going to see if the petting zoo will allow me to rename their one goat Metrix.
I was always unsuccessful. I mean, I did my best, but it was like talking to a wall. She wrote a book where she shreds Tallahassee. I mean, she really doesn't like Tallahassee.
Isn't it true that she thought that she was better than the people that lived in Tallahassee?
Yeah.
And
he's having fun now.
Did you ever catch her crying uncontrollably because she felt that she was stuck here?
Multiple crying episodes. Yes, she would cry sometimes because she was stuck here. She also used to cry, especially in the months preceding the murder, for no reason that I could discern.
It was just crying. Did you ask her and she just wouldn't give you an answer?
Yeah, that was Wendy's typical pattern, to be very non-specific.
Okay. And then, so I've already asked you these. Did Wendi explain to you that Danny was emotionally abusive to her?
She used that term very frequently. And at the time, as the boyfriend, I sort of accepted that.
You were taking what she said as true?
Yes, it's a new relationship.
This thing about Wendi, Oh, when the loneliness of being married to someone who didn't treat me as an equal crept in. Well, I believe there was some of that, and it comes from a sort of frustration. Is it even a frustration? It's like Dan is a very, very committed academic, legal scholar, always working to achieve more, learn more, expand the knowledge. All Wendy's interested in is the status that comes with a professional role, the perks, right? And from what it sounds like, doing the minimum amount possible. And part of her doing the minimum amount possible is to get someone nice like Tamara Dempko and say, "Oh, hey, could you take my class? Could you take my class because I have to file a motion, yeah, or whatever." And maybe she's not filing motion; she's just going out with Daniel Sack, right? For daytime activities. Just a fucking grifter, basically. Fake, sweet talk your way into a high-powered role. And, I can imagine if Dan, Professor Markel, and Wendi would have a talk of of anything to do with academia or a professional nature, it would be, Dan was so far beyond Wendi because he actually wanted those achievements, and to all Wendi wants is the results of what those achievements can get her, right? Only the results. So shortcuts taken anywhere she can, right? It's just about the image, and Dan actually wanted the knowledge. So I imagine it was, I can't think of another word but frustrating. It's not the best word, but like, okay, what is the point of talking to you? Because I'm working on this paper and it needs to be a really good paper and I need to do my paper. Okay. You want to fucking drive to Miami? Okay, we'll go to Miami, but you're going to have to drive because I've got to work on this paper. I'm going to work the whole way down. I can get a full day's work done if you drive and I work on the laptop in the car. Okay, now that changes to "you may not speak," which never fucking happened. The Adelsons are really bad at putting fake quotes into other people. Donna's done it a number of times, right? Oh, the witnesses, the crackhead witnesses that spoke to Katie, they said that Katie said, "Oh, she would be sitting very pretty with an expensive drink in Hawaii," Or what did Donna say about the prison extortion? "You're going to give me your commissary unless you want those pretty white teeth knocked out." None of those things are reasonably fuck. I lose my vocabulary after 4 a.m. Are reasonably, it's not reasonable to assume that any of those things was said, right? They're really bad at putting quotes in other people. Why is that? Why is that? And I forgot what the one in, oh yeah, Wendi saying, "You may not speak." Never happened. Never happened.
But in retrospective, I can't think of a single thing she ever described that I would consider emotionally abusive.
She did tell you once, though, that, well, she felt this was emotionally disturbing to her, that Danny would make her sit in silence if they were to drive down to South Florida she would drive, he would be in the passenger seat doing work, and that she would complain to you that that's something he would do, would make her sit in silence on the 7-hour drive.
Yeah, she said he did that one time, and I don't know if that's true or not, but she did say that. Yeah.
And to be clear, this is just coming from Wendi Adelson. You have no evidence to support that what she's telling you is the truth.
I don't.
Okay. Now, did she describe him as a complete control freak? I'm sorry.
That rings a bell.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did she ever describe him as an absentee father to you?
What she described was that during the marriage, he was not quite as involved with the children and arguably would meet that label. And then after the divorce, became very engaged with the children, which instead of seeing it as a positive, she saw as a rather annoying inconvenience that he wanted his share of the time with the kids.
Now, Wendi was in her mid-30s when you two were dating back in 2014, right?
That's right.
Would you describe her as being self-sufficient?
No, I think I described her in past police interviews as a highly dependent person who seemed to struggle with adult decision making and would often seek advice on things that you might expect from a 15-year-old or 18-year-old, but not a woman in her mid-30s. So that's right.
And did your relationship with Wendi, was it so tumultuous that you actually ended up having to see a therapist about your relationship with her?
That's correct.
Would you also describe her as having a public persona, being one way in public and another behind closed doors?
Yes, superficially charming, but I had reported to the police that just a characteristic I found disturbing. We would have dinner with some people, the door closes, and people gossip, but it was like a 180 flip, and it would be vicious and very mean-spirited at a level that...
Completely different from how...
Thank you, Riding Shotgun, for the 3 coffees on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. Thank you so much, Riding.
She was a moment before.
Yes, not a way I talk about people, yeah.
Okay. Now, and you'd say she's good actress, she's good at putting up a facade for people. Now, she's also admitted to you that she has lied in a deposition before, right?
Well, that's tricky because she may have lied about lying in a deposition.
Okay. But she told that to you, right?
She did, but my understanding is she lied about that. So there's lies on top of lies.
So it could be a lie about a lie.
He sees the humor, and he's really good at getting the gallery to crack up, isn't he? I bet even the judge cracked a smile at that. All the judges in this case have totally got Wendy's number. I mean, they know exactly what they're doing. They're all very, very smart, shrewd judges. Hankinson, Wheeler, and of course, big Judge Eve, who may be sitting on the last Adelson trial of his career, guys. We'll have a 4th judge, most likely, by the time Wendi stands trial, because Judge Everett's going to work, well, he's applied for working at the appellate court. So he'll be in a different role, most likely. I mean, who would not give that guy the job? Yeah, no interview required. Just tell us your favorite Skittle color, and here's your contract.
And maybe a lie about, yeah, it gets real confusing with, but it brings up an important point. She really enjoys mind games, and so I think that might have been a little bit of a mind game.
Oh, okay, so she may have just been throwing that out for some other ulterior purpose.
I don't know why she would disclose to me that she lied in a legal proceeding as an officer of the court and then turn out not to have lied in it. I mean, I got 100 stories like that.
No,
I mean,
and I would ask you, it would be as an attorney.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, Jeff, I mean, it's all about, it's like an invisibility cloak, isn't it? When someone's just fucking with your head like that, you're so spun out by it that your anchor on reality is lost at sea, and your your brain is lost at sea. It's just, yeah, that's her camouflage. It's her cover. It's just like, it's pathological, or maybe it's not pathological because it's certainly with a purpose and intention.
I mean, it would be a violation of her ethical duties as a lawyer to lie on the oath, right?
Right, but then I go to the police in my first interview and I go, wow, I really got one for you. She told me she lied in a deposition, and my understanding is she didn't. So there's a plotting kind of thing going on here.
All right. So have you previously described her as a pathological liar?
Yes.
Now let's talk about the one time that you came down to Miami
Yes.
and met Charles Adelson.
Yes.
Okay. So let's be clear. You met Charles Adelson once.
Correct.
You met Katherine Magbanua once.
Yes.
All right. And that was on that date that we talked about.
Yes.
All right. So let's talk about that. So, because that dinner that night ended up getting a little strange when you guys went back to Charlie's house, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Now describe for the jury, because they don't know anything about this restaurant. Describe Yardbird, because it's a restaurant that's on South Beach, correct?
Yeah, it's on South Beach.
Julia Nielsen says precedents are made at appellate level. Maybe he could decide Charlie's. Wouldn't that be a conflict of interest? Could the sitting judge for trial be the judge at the appellate level? I mean, the whole point of the appellate level is for, I mean, maybe not the whole point, but part of the point would be to, verify that the judge did everything correctly. I mean, might be a conflict, but it would be cool. I'd love it to happen. Soap Treat Fund. Oh, thank you so much, Victoria Girl. You're a star.
We were outside on a patio. You probably know Yardbird better than I have. Only been there once. It's a very nice restaurant.
They have all types.
Yeah, it's a nice restaurant, and we're going. We're going. The whole team. Metrix and the mods, or at least some of the mods. At least two.
Type of American-based food.
Yes. Yeah.
And you said something important. You were sitting outside.
We were sitting out.
And if anyone's in Miami that's not a mod and wants to come and join us at Yardbird, set up a date.
Outside.
Okay, you and Wendi got there before Charles, right?
That sounds right, but I don't remember for sure.
Okay, and if we had text messages between, for example, Charles and Wendi that would indicate you guys were outside, those would be reliable, waiting for them to get there, right?
I mean, that sounds right.
Okay, and he meets up with you there, and then Katherine meets up, and that's when you guys get introduced.
Right.
You remain outside while you're having dinner, right?
Correct.
Okay, and would it be fair to say, I mean, I know what Yardbird looks like, but the members of the jury do not. So the where the patio is, it's right at a four-corner intersection, if I'm saying that correctly.
Mm-hmm.
So there could be cars across the way, correct?
Yes.
Cars parked to the right, cars parked to the left.
Yes.
But you're all clearly visible sitting down outside, correct?
Oh, sure. Yes.
Okay. So
yes.
you're sitting there with Wendi,
Yes.
and Charles is sitting beside Katherine. Was he behaving as if, that's his girlfriend and stuff like that?
Well.
And I'm only asking because, if someone from the outside were just watching, would it appear that she was having a good time with her boyfriend?
I mean, it's a hard question for me to answer because it's been so long.
Yeah.
It does. You'd have to know Charlie. I mean, I don't know how. I met him the one time. Most of this dinner was Charlie informing us about the world. He's talking a lot. So I don't know how he acts with girlfriends or women.
What did he say?
Dating.
Informing us about the world. I want to be informed about the world by Charlie Adelson. I want to know what that's like.
But go ahead.
And that's kind of important. This is the first time you're meeting him, right?
Right.
Tell the jury how much he talks.
Oh, you don't talk to Charlie Adelson. You listen to Charlie Adelson. I mean, I never say anything quite like it.
Right? He dominates the entire conversation.
He dominated that conversation. I don't remember what was said at that conversation, but there was interaction in that conversation. There was other people talking. I mean, I don't want that to be taken too far because Charlie was certainly a character and someone I had a bad feeling about immediately, honestly, but it wasn't like 99% was just Charlie talking.
Yeah, of course.
Him and Katie were relating things they had done together. I don't remember the specifics 8 years later, but yeah.
And you had said on direct examination, he introduced Katie to you as his girlfriend.
I don't remember him saying the word girlfriend.
But it, like you said, we was talking about how things that they had done before, that it was obvious to you that they were dating, right?
Yeah, and then it was fairly new, yeah.
Okay. It wouldn't be too smart for him to be introducing people if he's conspiring them, right?
Can you restate that?
It wouldn't be very smart of him to be introducing someone he's conspiring with to commit murder to other people, right?
I mean, I'm not an investigator. I'm not an expert on what's smart when conducting a criminal conspiracy.
So let's talk about now so you're all sitting outside. It was nighttime, right?
Very early evening. This was like a pretty early dinner. Sun was still out.
Okay. And then, but going into evening, kind of like how the sun here, like it doesn't, especially around this time, it doesn't set
between 4 and 6. I don't remember exactly when.
Okay. So it wouldn't be any problem if anybody that was around to be seeing you guys having dinner.
No, sure.
You leave that restaurant.
I don't know, Carla York. I'm quite looking forward to it as to, go through the motions of Sigfredo and Luis to make the drive, sort of set the scene for trial.
And then you all go collectively to get some ice cream.
Yeah,
yogurt.
I don't have real clear memories of that, but we walked to a yogurt place, and that wasn't very long, and then we headed to Charlie's house.
Now, how did you guys get to Charlie's house? Were you and Wendi in the car by yourself?
Wendi had driven a rental down from Tallahassee, and she was driving.
So Charles got into his own vehicle and drove and met you back at the house?
Yes.
Okay. And so you and his house is in Fort Lauderdale, correct?
Yeah, he's on Well Harbor, that's right.
So it would be at least a 14-minute drive, 45 minutes, just if you can remember. It's not a quick 10-minute drive.
It wasn't like 5-10 minutes. It was a ways.
Okay, and then so you go up to the house and you and Wendi go inside, right?
That's right.
Now, Katherine doesn't come back to Charles's house, right?
No, Katherine returned to her own house.
She went back to her own home. Yeah. But then Charles comes back and then you, Charles, and Wendi all sit down in the hot tub.
Right. I think we talked otherwise as well, but we spent a couple hours in that hot tub, yeah.
Okay. And this is where I think you said this is when he starts talking about some very weird things, right?
Yes.
Okay. He was very braggadocious. Is a word you've used?
He was.
And wasn't he kind of like talking about inappropriate, for example, he was talking about inappropriate sexual things he's done with girls was one of the things he talked about, right?
Yeah, that one in front of your sister. Yeah, I was fairly stunned by him talking about sexual sadism in front of his younger sister. Yeah.
You're sitting right there. He's kind of talking to you, but this is things he's discussing in front of his sister, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then he also talked about going on trips and sleeping with young girls in other countries, right?
Don't think that was in the hot tub. That was information related from Wendi to me during the relationship.
Okay, sorry, I apologize. But she was aware of that. Like she's telling you how her brother is? That he goes to other countries and sleeps with really young girls?
Yeah, and she's supposedly a human trafficking activist, so it's pretty bizarre.
Okay. And he also talked to you at this, and in this hot tub, when you guys are talking, did he come across as being like, trying to brag that he was a person that has friends on two sides of the tracks?
Yeah, that's a nice summary overall. I don't remember a lot of the specific details, but he was more street smart or more street, if you know what I mean by that I would have expected from a millionaire Miami dentist, yes.
Okay, and was he doing that more in the hot tub than how he was when he was at dinner with everybody?
I don't remember much of the dinner, so I can't really make a comparison.
Okay, but the hot tub incident kind of stands out.
The hot tub stuck out, yeah.
Okay, and did you describe him as being very cocky, arrogant, and narcissistic?
Yes.
Okay. And he also talked about and this is the first time he's met you. He was talking about what he does with his finances, right?
Yes, he was bragging about financial crimes, essentially.
Basically like, I'm a dentist by day, but I also dabble in these other things that I'm not supposed to.
Yeah.
and was bragging to you about that.
Yes.
What kind of impression did that leave with you?
Well, when Danny Markel was murdered, I went to the police immediately and said, you need to be investigating Charles Adelson. Said that on the 3 days after he was murdered. So.
And that is what I wanted to talk to you about. So when you only met him once, and the first time that you heard that the police wanted to talk to you, you immediately, now let's talk about that. How did you find out that the police would like to ask you some questions about what's going on?
I was called, he was murdered on July 18th.
Right.
I was on my way back down south to Tallahassee, and I received a call from TPD asking me to come in, and I actually drove straight to the station.
When they called you on your phone, and did they identify themselves as
Yes.
the Tallahassee Police Department?
Yeah, Investigator Corey Hill.
Kale. Okay. And he actually said, I'm with the Tallahassee Police Department, and we would like you to come in and answer some questions, right?
Something to that effect.
Did they tell you what it was about?
I don't recall, but I don't know that he needed to.
Okay. Oh, had you heard already what had happened?
Yeah.
Okay. So you immediately went there, but they kind of like, gave you the option and invited you to come in, right?
They
didn't go and arrest you.
They did not arrest me.
Okay.
No.
And when you first came into your first meeting with Corey Hill, he started out the meeting by saying, hey, listen, we're working to exclude you as a suspect.
Yes, we had a conversation.
Thank you, Amy, for the coffees on buymeacoffee.com. Superstar. Thank you, Amy.
Conversation about excluding me.
Bless.
And the impression I got was that, and I guess I've learned since, that they already done some investigating, my cell phone and so forth, so that the investigation of me had reached a point where that was just, that we're at the point where they were trying to exclude me. That's right.
Now, they haven't heard from you yet, right? They haven't heard from you yet. Like you haven't provided them any information yet.
No, they haven't, but my cell phone shows me in another state when he's murdered, so.
But at that time, though, you hadn't realized Wendi had kind of named you or implied that you could have been a suspect in this case, right?
I didn't realize that when I was heading into the station. By the time I left the station,
so it's pretty clear.
I mean, no one said that word for word, but I'm not stupid, and I could tell pretty quickly that, yeah.
You'd agree with me. People don't have to say things directly sometimes. You can just leave little crumbs and you can pick up on what they're trying to get at, right?
I mean, sometimes, and I'll say this: I was never quite sure until I was able to view Wendi's interrogation video, in which case it became 100%.
Okay.
I suspected that previously. I thought maybe, but once I saw her video, there it is in black and white. So.
Now, even though now they considered you as a suspect, you walked into a room at Tallahassee Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And they recorded you, right?
Yes.
I mean, now we don't have to go back in 2014 to wonder what it was that you said.
Right, I guess.
It's there in not black and white, but in color. So.
Yeah, my first interview was video recorded. The first interview I did with them, yeah.
So was the second one, right?
You mean the one on the 21st?
I have July 21st, July 23rd, and March 6th.
Yeah, so I had a videotaped interview the 21st. I had a videotaped interview the 23rd where I came back and added Wendi to the list of people I thought they should be investigated.
Okay. But on that first day, even though you'd only met him once, you thought it was imperative for you to tell these detectives, if you're going to look at someone, you need to look at her brother.
I did that reluctantly. I was worried about my safety, but I did. That's right. That's correct. Yeah.
You were even in that point, even though you'd only met him one time, asked if you could speak to them off the record, right?
Yeah, I got a feeling about Charlie. I had a bad feeling.
And explain to the jury, it wasn't that, I want to tell you something that, may be bad for me. I'm scared that Charlie may come back and do something if I call him out.
Yeah, it's also just caught in the crosshairs of a criminal investigation, which is like being thrown into a weird movie. It's a very bizarre sort of thing. I didn't know how realistic that threat would be, but I thought Charlie was potentially a dangerous person.
And this was, like I said, and I'm going to stress it, only after meeting him once.
Yeah, about 4 hours is all it took.
Oh, 4 hours. All right. So now going back to, I want to talk about those dates leading up to when you guys, when Professor Markel was murdered.
Yes.
So You had talked about the trip to Gainesville, and this is when things started to get weird with the fighting between you and Wendi, correct?
Correct. That's when the big disagreement was, yes.
Okay, and then on the drive back, you had described that as the most awkward drive ever?
Yes.
Okay, and so you return to Tallahassee, and the next day, she leaves to Miami.
That's what you told me she was doing, yeah. I assume that happened.
So on July 1st of 2014, she would have been in Miami, as best as you can
Yes.
recollect.
Yes.
Okay. And all the way up until July 13th.
Yes.
All the time she's texting with you, communicating with you while she's in Miami, right?
Yeah, we had 5 to 10 communications, some phone calls, some video chats with the kids. She was cleaning out her childhood room in Coral Springs. I remember video chatting with her and the kids. So yeah, that's right.
Nothing in those communications indicating to you that something was amiss? That she was going to probably come back and the next day ask to take a week break?
Oh, I mean, we had some heart-to-hearts. I got these long emails. She kept, this is what I'm talking about being strung along. This is what I'm referring to. It would make sense. You have the big fight, you break up. It wasn't like that. I'm getting texts that say, I miss you. I'm getting 1,000-word emails. We're having video chats with the kids. We're on the phone. And it seemed like we were going to work things out, which is why that breakup date is so hard to pin down.
Which is why it was so odd to you.
It's extremely strange.
So she gets back to Tallahassee, and on the Monday before Dan Markel is killed, that's when you guys have dinner, right?
What's the calendar date, ma'am? I know it is the
13th.
The 13th
I'm
is
sorry,
the dinner.
I tried to go back 5 from...
So that's, July 13th we had dinner and saw a movie. That's correct.
Okay. And you watched movie Neighbors.
We did.
Excellent movie. Okay. And another thing she did that was, and you had spoken...
I would show the trailer for the movie Neighbors, but that will obviously be copyright issue.
Miss Kappelman about this, is that she specifically, after you guys broke up, or after the yoga session on the Tuesday, that she specifically asked you about your travel plans on Friday.
That's correct.
Okay. And you actually thought that was strange because you're getting the vibe that we're breaking up, but now you're asking me where I'm going to be on Friday at 11 a.m.
Which is why I went
Pinto Peabody in the house. Welcome back, Pinto. How you doing?
to the police on July 23rd and highlighted that as the first of many suspicious things I thought they needed to know.
And you'd agree with me that at the time when you first spoke to the police, and I mean, it's common sense that your memory of the details of everything that went on in 2014 were better in 2014.
Mostly, although I also, mostly.
Like if we went into details about what you did Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you'd know back then better than you do now.
As far as memory, yes, but I also reviewed all my text messages and emails when I came back to talk to the police a few months later, and that did raise things that I did not remember in July.
And so you would agree with me that first time you probably weren't properly equipped to give them all the details. You needed to go back and review things, right?
I think I gave them the important details on those first 2 days, which is Charlie and Wendi Adelson need to be investigated. But there were other details that I uncovered as I thought about it. It's also a pretty traumatic situation. It takes a little bit to get your head on straight, to think straight, obviously.
Carla York, if you're into all new ideas on this crazy case, do not miss the charge card theory video discussion. Hopefully being ready to put out towards the end of this week, before the weekend. Hopefully, that's our target. That's our aim, our goal.
Now, so you leave Thursday, but you never tell Wendi that you're leaving on Thursday, right?
No, I did not.
So as far as she knew, you were leaving on Friday at 11 a.m.
Yes.
All right. And you'd agree with me that had it not been for your credit card.
Yes, Jane Kreisman, the nanny and baby mama of Charlie Adelson's son, Roman, Bree, she's been charged with DUI, assault. Was there a credit card fraud? I think I remember hearing that, but yeah, there's like a mugshot every week. We wrote to the police in North Carolina, tried to get the body cam video of the DUI traffic stop. They told us that as it was, what do you call it? highway patrol that the only way to get it would be to have a court order, so it's a little bit more complicated. But it might still be possible. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see her doing a field sobriety test.
Receipts, the Walmart video, and other things, you probably could be sitting at the table between two lawyers, right?
I mean, if I had left town without a cell phone, not entered a store, not used a credit card, things could have been more complicated. But this was in 2014. It's a pretty unlikely scenario, it seems like to me. I worried that there was an effort made to, make it look as if, but there was also 10 other reasons that would have, that word exculpatory. There's 10 other reasons why I couldn't have done it that we didn't even have to go to because we had this videotape of me at a Kmart.
You didn't even have to go there because they gave you the opportunity to give everything over and for you to, explain your side of the story, right?
Well, they filed search warrants. That's what it wasn't. I mean,
they got a search warrant again?
That's
Did they tell you that before they spoke?
My understanding is they had search warrants for cell phones and financial records or some sort of court paperwork. I'm not as simple as I show them. I showed them that to show, look, I didn't do it, and they did additional investigation after that.
Okay, but you'd agree with me that had you had to get those things, I don't know, maybe 2-3 years after, they may have disappeared. There probably may not have been a video. If your cell record.
Acapella, Neighbors was the movie that Jeff and Wendi went to see on their date on July 13th, just before the murder. I've never seen it. I don't know anything about it.
For example, if you have Sprint, they only hold them for 2 years, right?
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
Okay, but at the time is when you probably should be gathering as much evidence as possible before, it goes stale or expires, right?
Again, I'm not a criminal investigator.
Based on common sense.
Well, I hope I have some common sense. I mean, but maybe I don't. I'm a college professor. It doesn't always go together. That sounds giving you opinion based on no expertise on law enforcement or investigations whatsoever. I want to stick to what I know.
No, and I appreciate that, Mr. Lacasse. Yeah. Explain 100%. Yeah.
Oh, I hope Jeff is done soon, man. Come on. I want to know who's next.
Another thing I wanted to make clear is that statement, the joke that Wendi made about looking into hiring a hitman but got divorced president was cheaper, right?
Well, that's the joke, not what I would call the chilling statement.
Right. I'm talking about the joke.
Yes.
She told you that he said that the summer that they were divorced, right?
Say that again, please.
That would have been in the summer of 2013. Correct?
I don't know when the joke. Wendi told a joke once. She was one of those people. I don't know how he told it.
But you'd agree with me that if, based on what she's saying to you, that it would have been around the time of the divorce that he made that representation.
Yeah, I just started telling that first time in October of 2013.
Okay, and you have no idea when he met.
Who's he?
Charlie.
No, I don't know when they met.
And that one time that you were sitting there with Charlie, did he at all, he was vocal too? They were talking about Dan Markel in the hot tub?
He made some comments about Dan Markel that I can't recall word for word, but it was clear he was not a fan. That he was very upset with Dan Markel. Yes.
Now, when you said Katie had referenced talking about her ex-husband, right? Or ex-boyfriend, however she referred it, father of her kids.
Yes, and I recounted the little that I recall, which is
of course.
He had a criminal, the word fighting, the word police, and that's all I remember. It seemed fairly serious.
Did it come across that she was still with him, or was she speaking about him like he was her ex?
I don't think I know that.
Hi, Cosmic Kitten. Thanks for coming in to say hey and click the like button. Everybody should click the like button, right? How many likes do we have on the video, guys? Let's just double check that right now. 92. 92. Yeah, yeah. Please do click the like button. Helps us out. Helps us out.
Answer that question.
Okay, and that's a fair response.
Yeah.
I'm just asking what you
I'm
remember.
trying to separate what I know from what I've heard since, and I don't think I would know.
Okay, and the things she had said was he has a criminal record, issues with the police. Did she mention anything about the fact that he was on drugs? Anything like that sound familiar?
I really wish I could remember every word
course.
from that conversation. Seems important.
John Belushi and Dan Aykroyd, 1981. Okay, I'm into that. That sounds great. I thought it was like some recent release, some piece of shit. No, okay. Well, we're downloading it tonight. Yeah. If anyone wants to see it, I'll put a link. I'll stick it up on Dropbox and put a link in Discord. Everybody come and join Discord to watch John Belushi and Dan Aykroyd. That's like a prequel to the Blues Brothers. When was the Blues Brothers? I think that was 80, wasn't it? Jake and Elwood, back again.
Now, I can't. But to your prior question, clearly Charlie was dating
Katie.
Katherine now, so I didn't get the impression that she was still with the father of her children, but there was some sort of ongoing relationship due to the kids in custody, and there was a mention of some kind of court thing. I don't know what it was. So there was obviously still some sort of social connection.
Oh, 5 new memberships. 5 new fabulous True Crime Metrix memberships from Amy. Welcome to Nan, Cat, Emily Kalina Artiste, Donna's Banana Bread, and Daniel Free BSD Hacker Blair. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the memberships, guys. Fantastic memberships. Thank you, Amy.
But I don't think they were dating.
Kind of like Wendi and Danny, right? Like if we were to look at your phone records and Katie's phone not Katie, and Wendy's phone records. At the time you were dating her, right? She'd be in constant communication with you, correct?
Oh, well, that's funny. Wendy was notorious for not returning texts or phone calls. So,
but there'd be a lot of communication from you to her, though.
No, there would be communications both ways, to be fair. Sure. I don't know what you would consider a lot, but yeah, we're dating. There's going to be communications.
And there should be communications between her and the father of her kids, right?
That was an issue I think that was actually headed into court on what basis that was allowed when he could text her. They had a parenting coordinator. She was protesting. So I think I don't have personal knowledge of that. That was actually a contentious issue. Is how much should he be allowed to contact her was an issue in contention.
He wanted more, but it didn't suggest that he had no contact with them, right?
No, not that he had no contact, but she wanted as limited contact with him as possible, given that they were divorced. And I think Professor Markel was trying to be more collaborative as, co-parenting in that situation. So I remember situations where she would get a text and very upset that he texted
Speak to my lawyer. You want to see your kids? Speak to a lawyer.
her, for example.
Do you recall anything unusual about Charlie when Katie was talking about her ex?
No.
Did he say anything like, I don't know that guy?
I wish I could remember that conversation. I told you everything I could remember about that conversation.
All right. Can I have one more, Aaron?
Right.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lacasse. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hold on one second. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Lacasse, you were asked about the dinner. We talked about it on direct as well, where you met Katherine Magbanua and Charlie Adelson for the first time.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and they appeared to be dating at that time.
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell us the date, or is there anything that would refresh your memory of the date of that dinner?
It was during spring break 2014.
Okay, so sometime in that
like March 10th to 14th. Honestly, I think I've said it before. I've just forgotten it today. I apologize.
That's okay. I just wondered if there was anything that you could look at that would refresh your recollection on the specific date, because I think you have said before.
I think I have said it before. I don't know where.
Okay. All right. And when you departed the dinner, you went to a vehicle and Mr. Adelson went to his vehicle. Were your vehicles in close proximity to each other, or was he parked somewhere else where you couldn't see him?
I couldn't see his vehicle.
Hey, Neville, darling. Good to have you back. Hope your dinner was nice. And hey, you share your birthday with a pit bull named Judo, who is 5 today. So happy birthday, Neville, and happy birthday, Judo.
I asked that before because Wendi Adelson and I had arrived in that area hours earlier. We're kind of walking around looking at shops and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't remember the parking arrangement, but I don't think we were parked right up against it compared to them.
Okay. And once you returned to your vehicles, you returned to Mr. Adelson's residence. Is that right?
Correct.
And did you say you spent the night there that night?
I did. I flew out the next morning.
Okay. And when you arrived at Mr. Adelson's restaurant, you just traveled straight from the yogurt to his residence, right?
Yes.
And is that what he did as well, as far as you know?
I have no idea.
Was there a delay? Were you there for some time before he arrived back?
I don't recall.
Okay. When he arrived back at his residence, I guess once you got there, did you have to wait for him to let you in? Were you waiting outside for some time?
That could be true, but I don't recall it.
Okay. When he did arrive, did it appear that he was shaken or upset about something?
I don't recall that.
Did he have any obvious injuries that appeared he'd been in some type of physical altercation?
I don't recall any of that. No.
Is that something you think you would recall?
I think so. I mean, he was the same in the hot tub as he was in dinner, only more so, if that makes sense. It wasn't a slide towards a negative direction or injuries or anything like that. It was like he was holding forth even more once he got home. It seemed like more of
jovial.
Say again?
Jovial, outgoing,
very
talkative.
gregarious, hyperverbal is what we call it in clinical work. Hyperverbal.
All right. And during his hyperverbal session of word vomiting all over the hot tub, did he mention that he had just been in an altercation of some type in the parking lot of the restaurant?
No.
Is that something you would have remembered?
I think I would have remembered that.
Is there any connection between you and the people that killed Dan Markel?
No.
You weren't on the wiretap, were you?
No.
You weren't captured at all on the wiretap?
No.
I love it when lawyers ask those kind of questions like that. You weren't on the wiretap, were you? You weren't captured on the wiretap? Like as if they're actually asking. You weren't captured on the wiretap? You didn't speak on the wiretap, did you? No. Oh, I would love to be a trial attorney. Just even if it's just like in a play, it looks like a lot of fun. Those little tricks they do.
Judge, I'm going to object to the outside scope across.
Overruled.
You were asked on cross-examination about your alibi, right?
Yes.
I know if you didn't have that alibi, you might be a suspect in this case, right?
Yes.
Well, you don't have any connection to the killers, do you?
0.
All right. And you talked about the joke about hiring a hitman. It was made in 2013.
Yes.
And the chilling statement about Charlie's serious interest in hiring a hitman was made to you 5 days before the murder, correct?
Correct.
And it was referencing that he had done that in 2013.
That's right.
All right. But obviously, was the murder of Dan Markel accomplished in 2013?
No. Danny lived throughout 2013 and through half of...
Well, thank you, Dina Meitner. You're doing a great job too, Dina, just by being here.
2014.
All right. And it was accomplished in 2014
That's correct.
when Charlie Adelson was dating who?
Katherine Magbanua, that's correct.
No further questions.
All right. We can release the witness.
I'd like him to remain under ruling, Your Honor.
Okay. You'll remain under subpoena. They'll let you know if he needs to testify again. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right. You're free to go. Thank you. All right. We're going to take our lunch break now. I apologize. We have gone well over the noon hour and we're almost at 1 o'clock. So I'm going to give you until 2 o'clock.
Okay, you'll give us till 2 o'clock. Let's go to the next witness. Oh, look who it is. Are we going to start that now? How long have we been on? Only 2.5 hours. Well, it's going to be a long witness though, isn't it? It's like this. I think he's going to take out, all right, what time are we at here? 3:58. How long's the direct examination? Oh man, it's like an hour and a half. All right, we'll try. We'll try. What do people think? Should we do this now?
That the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
What is your name, sir?
Louis Rivera.
Do you go by any other names?
Tato.
Is that T-A-T-O?
Yes,
Tato?
ma'am.
Where are you from?
Miami.
Have you ever been convicted of a felony?
Yes.
How many?
10.
Are you currently incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
In federal prison?
Have you ever been convicted of a felony? Yeah, 10 times. 10-time felon. And the murder. So I won't be getting a job in aerospace.
Ma'am.
And are you currently serving a sentence associated with the murder case that we're here about today?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're also serving a federal sentence for a RICO case unrelated to the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your plea in reference to this murder case?
19 years.
19 years. And what did you have to do in exchange for the 19 years as
Cooperate.
opposed? Cooperate. What does that mean to you?
Say nothing but the truth.
Hold on 1 second.
Could the witness perhaps sit forward so we can hear him and also see him at the defense counsel table?
You might need to adjust his chair a little bit so we can open these up. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Can you see?
Yes.
You may proceed.
All right. Cooperate. What does it mean to you?
Tell?
Tell what you did?
Yeah. Snitch, I guess.
Snitch. Okay. And has anybody told you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Have I told you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Am I giving you some kind of code signals of what to say?
Not at all, ma'am.
Has anybody ever done that for
Nope.
you? Your lawyer?
No, ma'am.
Law enforcement?
Nope.
All right. Your understanding of your deal was it was contingent upon you telling what happened in association with your role in this murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you've got that going, that sentence. You've got the federal prison sentence going, and you also have pending a BOP case out of Miami. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's a up to 15-year penalty on that case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on a second. Objection?
Objection, Your Honor. Just for the use of the initials BOP, we would ask that it be explained what it is.
Okay. Overruled.
Be handled on cross, Judge. And so that case, have you been promised anything in reference to that case?
No, ma'am.
All right, so that's just still out there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, have you been promised any reduction or special treatment on your federal case in exchange for your cooperation in this
No, ma'am.
murder?
Nope.
Okay. And you've written some letters asking for reductions in sentence and that kind of thing. Have you been promised anything other than the 19 years in exchange for your cooperation?
No, ma'am.
Were you already serving the federal sentence when the cops first came to you to ask you about this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the facility that you're currently serving your sentence in, that's federal, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and at some point you'll leave the federal facility and go to a state facility to serve the remainder of your sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what are the conditions like in the federal facility that you're at right now?
What kind of condition you talking about?
I mean, is it like a resort? Is it a nice place to live?
Not at all. It's prison.
Why not?
It's the same thing as regular prison. There's nothing sweet about feds or state. They're all the same.
All the same, meaning not great.
Not great at all.
Okay. All right, this murder occurred back in July of 2014. I just want to sort of lay out the timeline a little bit with you. Do you know when you were arrested in the federal case?
2015.
All right. Does May of 15 sound right?
Yeah.
And when were you sentenced on the federal case, if you know?
12.5 years.
I know, but on what date did you enter the plea?
I don't remember.
Can't remember that. Okay. But you were definitely serving that sentence when law enforcement came to you to talk to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree that it took about 2 years for them to make this case against you?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
All right. And was Mr. Garcia arrested around the same time that you were for the murder case that we're here about today?
I think he got arrested before me.
Okay. Was it like years before you or like
Months.
days? Months?
About like a month or two, something like that.
Okay.
There you go. Oh, where is it gone? We can't. No. Oh. And you missed your promotion, Neverly. You are now, what was the job title? Chief Secretary of the Metrix moderators, the moderator of moderators. Or you can choose your own job title if you don't like that one. Yeah. What do people think? Is it too gratuitous of me to show this? Yeah. Well, they looked bigger on the website. Oh. No, but Neverly Darling is a very special moderator. You think I'm going to let her birthday go unnoticed? No way. And where's Offren tonight? We need to offer Offren a position. I'll get in touch with him on Discord tomorrow.
As part of your cooperation in this case, did you give a proffer? That's where you talk to law enforcement.
Yes.
All right. And did you tell law enforcement everything that you knew about the case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you've also been subject to some depositions on the case where you talk.
Good night, Amy.
Depositions are where you talk and answer the questions of the lawyers that represent Mr. Garcia and Ms. Magbanua. Have you done that as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Pinto became a monthly supporter. Thank you so much, Pinto, for becoming a member on, is that a member? I think it's a member of True Crime Metrix Coffee Club. Yeah. Thank you, Pinto.
All right. And I know a lot of time has passed between the time that you gave those statements and today. Has your memory gotten better, worse, or about the same from back then to now?
It's been like 8 years. Certain things I'm going to remember, certain things I'm not going to remember.
Okay. And if you'll just let us know, it's okay if you don't remember something. Just be sure to be clear about which things you don't remember, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Before you were taken into custody on the federal case, did you have employment, like legitimate employment?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What was that employment?
I work construction in a masonry company.
Was it always for the same masonry company or did you bounce around?
No, I worked there for 15 years straight.
What was the name of the company?
Coastal Masonry.
And what were your duties there?
I was a labor foreman. I ran a little crew. I was like a boss, run the crew and operate machines, make mud and scaffold and stuff like that.
All right, so you were participating in construction, building.
Yeah.
bricklaying.
Yes, laying block.
I want to ask you.
Thank you so much. Karen Reed, is Sofa King innocent? Karen, I don't. Could you? The name. It's too short. And welcome Jane Creasman, Beth, Phyllis, Michelle Greenhouse, Benny Ray, and Trace is here. Trace is here. Welcome to the memberships, the YouTube memberships, guys, and thank you. Karen Reed is so fucking innocent. Oh, so fucking innocent. Okay, I get it. I get it.
About your membership in the gang, the Latin Kings. Are you a member, or were you a member of the Latin Kings?
I was.
All right, and you're not now.
No, ma'am.
Why is that?
Because of the cooperation I'm doing today,
All right,
right now, this moment.
It's a violation of the agreement, basically the code of the Latin Kings, to give testimony to help the state at all. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And has anything about your cooperation in this case altered your position in prison amongst the other inmates?
Yes, I go through a lot.
What is the situation in prison based on the fact that you're cooperating in this case?
People trying to hurt me.
Have people tried to kill you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. This murder that we're here in court about today, did it have anything to do with your membership in the Latin Kings?
No, ma'am, not at all.
All right, but the Latin Kings don't care about that.
They don't care about that.
If you snitch, you're in trouble with them.
The rule is the rule.
Rule is the rule. Yeah, well, you broke the rule.
Were you hired to participate in the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you paid to participate in the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Who hired you?
Sigfredo.
And who hired Sigfredo?
His wife, Katie.
Who paid you to participate in the murder of Dan Markel?
Sigfredo.
All right. And who gave him the money?
His wife, Katie.
Did you ever even know Dan Markel?
Not at all.
Never seen him in your life?
Never, ever.
Had you ever come to Tallahassee before you came here for this case?
No, ma'am.
You have anything against Dan Markel?
Not at all.
So your motive in this murder was completely fine.
Hey, Maria Gabriel's back in Tallahassee. What, like, literally? No, you're still in Montana.
Financial.
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the first person who ever asked you to be involved in this murder?
Sigfredo.
Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Who set up this arrangement, this conspiracy to murder?
My understanding that I know was Katie was involved. She was the mastermind. She was the
mastermind. She was the wobble mind. She was the master wobble mind. She said, bottom line. Mastermind, bottom line. Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fuck up whoever fucking fuck with me. Oh, Katie, you are a picture.
She told him to come do a job, and he came and told me.
Did you have any understanding of why we were coming to Tallahassee to kill this guy?
Not at that moment.
Okay.
Hello, Sophie.
But you knew it was a murder for hire.
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew someone above Katie the money was coming from somewhere above Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know Sigfredo Garcia?
Childhood friends. We grew up together.
All right. What about Katherine Magbanua?
I met him through him.
You met her through him?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was their relationship?
They were husband and wife. They had kids together.
All right. And how long had...
Michelle, it was Soap's idea. She said, what are you doing for Neverly's birthday? I said, well, I was thinking, just send a message on Discord. Maybe a nice gif of a monkey eating a cake or something, And she said, that's not enough. You need to go to a florist.
Sigfredo Garcia been with Katherine Magbanua?
Like 10 years probably, something like that.
All right, so a long time. And he was your best friend?
Yes, ma'am.
You referred to him as your brother?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you all hang out on a regular basis?
Every day.
Including often Katherine Magbanua when they were together?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you've been around her many, many times in your life.
Yeah, he worked with me.
And he worked with you at Coastal Masonry?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and did you and your child's mother, Jessica, hang out with Sigfredo Garcia and Katherine Magbanua as couples?
I mean, once in a while, and I like that, but once in a while.
All right, were Jessica and Katherine Magbanua friendly?
It was all right. We were friends.
Okay. At least at one time they were friendly?
Yeah.
Who was paid, to your knowledge, who all was paid to participate in this murder?
Who was all paid was me, Sigfredo. Katie got paid.
Who is the dentist?
I don't know him. I call him the dentist, but his name is Charlie, I guess.
But at the time of this murder, you just knew there was a dentist?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you think the dentist was?
Was her boyfriend, Katie's boyfriend.
All right, and did you ever know Sigfredo Garcia to be in contact with the dentist?
No phone calls with the dentist? Text messages with the dentist? I think Georgia likes Lewis. Does anyone think Georgia likes Lewis? Like they've met out of court, right? She's gone through and prepared the witness. I mean, not told him what to say. Preparation, you know, they get an idea of what they're about, you know, kind of questions to ask. Yeah. She must be pretty thankful for his testimony. Huge part. Imagine the case without Lewis. They might have, I mean, well, that's just a needless, pointless hypothetical. We do have Lewis, and this is the case.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, thank you so much, Michelle and Jane, for the super tip chat sticker stuff on the chat. Thank you so much, guys.
Phone calls with the dentist?
No.
Text message with the dentist, to your knowledge?
No, ma'am.
You ever see him talking with the dentist?
No, ma'am.
All right, and you didn't know the dentist?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Never personally met him?
Never.
How did you know that the dentist was dating Katherine Magbanua?
Sigfredo told me one day, and I seen him with Sigfredo, but not really seen him like that, but we pulled up in a restaurant where they were eating, and he told me about the relationship that they had together.
To your knowledge, did Charlie Adelson have any affiliation with the Latin Kings?
No.
Did he have any friends or contacts in the Latin Kings that you knew of?
Not that I know of, but no.
And you were the boss of the Latin Kings in that area, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So Sigfredo Garcia knew who the dentist was?
I mean, he knew that they were dating.
Okay. He knew that we're saying wife, but were they legally married? Do you know?
Who was married?
Garcia and Magbanua.
Oh, I don't know if they were legally married, but he always called her his wife, just like I call Jessica my wife, but we're not married, you know.
All right, so I'll refer to her as his wife.
Who wants to see soap? Here you go. Oh, our resident sound controlist, a Labrador called Soap, who is the same color as a chocolate cake and 3 times as yummy.
Sigfredo Garcia know that his wife was seeing a dentist?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he know the name of the dentist? To your knowledge?
No, that to my knowledge, no, I don't.
All right. So did Sigfredo Garcia, when you were enlisted to come to Tallahassee to commit this murder, did he indicate to you that the dentist was behind this or that the dentist family was behind this? Anything to that effect?
No.
What about this, something to do with a lady and her kids? Tell us about that.
Yes. All I knew that she was giving us the money. I called her the lady because I never knew her name.
But that lady
Just because VG. Thank you, VG.
turned out to be Wendi Adelson, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And your understanding of this murder was that ultimately what?
That she was going to pay.
That the money was coming through from her, or
Yes.
and that this murder was to help her in some way.
Yes, ma'am.
Help her how?
To get her kids back.
And did you ever know Garcia to have any contact with Wendi Adelson?
No, not to my knowledge.
So all the contact with any Adelson or dentist person happened through Katherine Magbanua.
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, leaving.
Overruled.
Did Sigfredo Garcia have a beef with the dentist?
I mean, he didn't like them. They was together.
He didn't like him because he was dating his wife?
Yeah.
How much were you paid for your part in this murder?
They gave me $37,000.
All right. Do you see anyone in this courtroom that came to bring you the money?
Yes, ma'am.
Who came to bring you the money?
Katie.
All right. Please point that person out and describe what they're wearing.
She's right there in the middle between the two lawyers. She's wearing a tuxedo with a white undershirt.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. All right. So Garcia is a lifelong friend of yours. Did you refer to each other as brothers?
Yes, ma'am.
The rental contract for the Prius, you've seen that before, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That has a number listed at the top with the name brother. Is that Sigfredo Garcia's number?
And the Prius?
You know what I'm talking about? The rental contract has a number written at the top that says brother.
Yeah.
Let me show it to you.
Thank you so much, Neverly Darling. It's Chief Secretary. But, you know, a good one. Not like one that's always at the copy machine and you're under no obligation to sleep with your boss.
You gotta open the blind. You gotta open the slide right there.
Rivera, have you seen this document before?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a rental car agreement
Yes, ma'am.
for the Prius?
Yes,
Who rented the Prius?
I did.
What was the Prius? What was the purpose of renting the Prius?
To come to Tallahassee.
All right, and there's a phone number written up here. This is your information here. Is this your phone number? 8153.
Yeah, it's my number. It's been years.
Okay. Do you have any reason to dispute that that's your phone number?
Yeah, there's my rental agreement for the murder vehicle, with all my personal details, all my true and accurate details, and the details of my accomplice on this recorded, filed, scanned, saved, preserved official document. Yeah.
Not really.
Okay. What about this number up here, brother? Who was brother referred to?
Brother would be Garcia.
All right. Was Garcia somebody that traveled with you to Tallahassee
Yes, ma'am.
in this group?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this phone number, are you able to recognize the number?
It's been years.
Too long. Okay. Do you have any reason to dispute that
No, that could have, that's his number.
Did Garcia go by any nicknames?
Tuto.
So Tato and Tuto.
Yeah.
You're Tato and he's Tuto.
Yes, ma'am.
And who is Taco? How many tacos did Tuto and Tato eat?
And that Sigfredo Garcia worked with you at Coastal Masonry. Was he working at Coastal Masonry at the time that y'all came up here to Tallahassee?
I don't remember.
Was Sigfredo Garcia fired at some point from Coastal Masonry?
Yes.
But you don't remember how that fell into the timeline of this case?
Yeah, I can't remember.
Okay. Why was he fired from Coastal Masonry?
Oh, he was drunk.
Drunk at work?
Yes.
All right. And is alcohol a problem for him?
Uh-huh. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. He was drunk at work, and then he fell into a wheelbarrow full of cement, mixed cement. We had to let him go. I mean, yeah, he actually fell asleep in the wheelbarrow of cement, and we had to chisel him out. So, the foreman was pretty pissed.
Did you ever get fired for being drunk at work?
Me? No.
All right, so you mentioned Garcia was the first person to ever say anything to you about coming to Tallahassee. Do you remember when that was?
Well, he said we want to take a ride to Tallahassee. Do I remember the date?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, how long, you came to Tallahassee 2 times, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those the only 2 times you've ever been to Tallahassee other than for court?
Just twice.
Okay, and before you came to Tallahassee the first time, how long before that did Garcia approach you about, we're going to do this trip?
Maybe a couple of months.
All right. And as a result of him coming to you, did you get a gun?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you get a gun knowing you were going to do a murder with it?
No, he's
That moment, no. I thought I was going to do a robbery until we came up here.
All right. So initially, what was said to you by Garcia?
Well,
What you were going to do up here?
I was coming up here to do a robbery. When we got like halfway, that's when I found out about what was going to happen.
All right. So you knew you were coming to Tallahassee to do a job.
Yes, ma'am.
And as a result of that, you purchased a firearm.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that a legally purchased firearm?
No.
Not legally purchased.
It was dirty.
What does that mean?
Like-
Where did you get it from?
Buy a gun in the corner on the street.
All right, so you got a gun on the corner. And is that the gun that ends up being the murder weapon in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have other guns before you bought that gun?
We had 2 guns.
All right, was one of them yours?
Yeah.
All right, and what about Garcia? Did he have a gun as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you didn't want to use either one of those guns. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, we bought that one gun, the 38, to come up here with.
No, Ison did not die. And yeah, we show the picture. I mean, I can see where the mistake came from. Obviously, how often is it that you have an identical twin with the exact same name? Yeah. Baffling to me.
We had guns.
You had guns, but you bought a gun specifically for this purpose.
Yes.
All right, that's what I was trying to get at. What kind of gun was it?
A 38.
Is that a revolver?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and did you know initially, like when you bought that gun, for example, how much you were going to be paid for this job in Tallahassee?
When I was coming this way, yes.
When did you find out it was going to be $37,000?
Halfway this way, he said, he said he's gonna give me 35, and then he gave me extra. That's why I said 37.
Yeah. So initially, the deal was you were going to make 35, right?
35.
Okay, but you ended up getting an extra 2,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when did you find out it was going to be 35,000? On the way up?
On the way up.
All right. Tell us what Garcia told you on the way up.
Taking it right up, we was gonna do a robbery, but coming halfway this way, he explained to me that it was gonna be a murder, to get 2 kids back to the lady.
All right. And did you agree to do the murder, to participate in the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you willing to be the shooter in the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you the shooter in the murder?
No, ma'am.
And is that it just worked out that way, or is that something y'all decided?
It just worked out that way.
How did y'all know where to go and when to do it and who to kill?
Oh, he knew his way up here.
Who provided the information to you all as to who to kill?
To come up here?
Yeah.
Katie told Sigfredo the address, and we got up here. He had a piece of paper, so we came up here straight.
All right, so he had a piece of paper. Was that in the Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did he have the piece? I know you made 2 trips. The Prius was the one with the murder, right? And then there was a trip before that.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk for a second about the trip before that. Did you have the murder weapon both times?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have the paper both times?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what was on the paper?
A picture of the dude.
Dan Markel.
Yes, a picture of him and an address.
All right, and was the address on Trescott Drive? Was the address the place that you ultimately ended up killing him?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you ever witness Sigfredo Garcia have a conversation with anyone about this murder or this case other than you and Katherine Magbanua?
No, just us 2. That's it.
Does Katherine Magbanua go by any nicknames?
We just call her Katie.
Was it normal before this murder case occurred for you to talk to Katherine Magbanua on the phone?
What you mean?
Did y'all call each other?
No, not.
So you would only see her or have plans with her through Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 44 and 45. How tall are you, Mr. Rivera?
5'4".
What about Sigfredo Garcia? How tall is he?
Like 6'1".
So he's considerably taller than you are.
Yes, ma'am.
I mentioned her a little bit, but who is Jessica Rodriguez?
The mother of my child.
And that's the woman you previously referred to as your wife?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you living with Jessica Rodriguez at the time of this murder that we're here about today?
Yes, ma'am.
What address were you living with her at?
Yes, Jane, he did think that Georgia said bland. I really don't think he knows what a blog is. I mean, the bland was Wendi. Is it huge? I mean, we also heard recently Victoria Girl pointed it out. We all listened to it, but I completely missed it. She pointed it out that in Luis Rivera's proffer, I've always had this thing of why is no one, when he says, I saw a woman with 2 kids, I was pissed off for years because no one ever asked him. Georgia never asked him. The defense never asked him. Were the 2 kids 2 boys that were about 3 and 4 years old? Because if the answer to those 2 questions is yes, then that really narrows it down. Obviously, if he says, no, it was a girl and a boy, that's not the Markel kids. But in the proffer, he says the 2 boys. He saw 2 boys. Doesn't say their ages, but, it's really starting to push that was Wendi with the kids on Trescott. when she shouldn't have been, when she had no reason to be, when it would have been unusual for her to be at the time of the murder, right? Not the same day, but I think it was the day before, or was it the previous trip? It might have been the previous trip, I forget. June trip, first attempt. The first trip of 2 trips only. 2 trips, not 3. 2 trips.
I can't remember.
If I say it, would you be able to say yes or no?
I know it's on 15. Go ahead.
1515 Northeast 135th, number 14, North Miami.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that where you were physically laying your head at night during the time that this murder occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because there's a Normandy address on the rental contract. What address is that?
So that was on my ID, my license.
All right, is that a place you had lived as well?
No, my mother-in-law. My ex-mother-in-law lived there. I use that address a lot.
And when you say your ex-mother-in-law, that's the mother of another child that you have, right? Not Jessica.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you receive mail at the Normandy address?
Yes, ma'am.
What was Sigfredo Garcia and Katherine Magbanua's relationship like?
They had a on and off relationship, like regular couples. They argue, they had good and bad.
They fight, they break up, they get back together?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there one of them that wore the pants, that was in charge?
She wore the pants.
All right. I want to ask you about the first trip to Tallahassee, and the phone records show that occurred June 4th, 2014. Do you have any reason to dispute that date?
Not at all.
All right. And who came to Tallahassee on that trip?
Me and Garcia.
All right. Did you actually take off work at Coastal Masonry to come to Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
What vehicle did y'all travel to Tallahassee in that first time?
I don't know if it was a Hyundai or a Nissan, something like that.
Who owned that car?
He came pick me up in that car.
Okay.
I think it was a rental.
Okay, so it wasn't a car you had seen before.
No.
All right. So he shows up in the car, and he is Sigfredo Garcia?
Excuse me?
Sigfredo Garcia, when you say he showed up in the car?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
All right. And when he showed up, where did he show up?
I was in my friend's house.
All right. So he comes and gets you from the friend's house?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you already have the gun at this time?
No.
Okay. What happened? How did y'all go get the gun?
After that, I went to my house. Then he asked me, he said, we need a gun. I said, don't worry about it, I'll get it. I ended up buying a gun around the neighborhood. That's about it.
And did y'all ride to Tallahassee that day?
No, I don't remember.
All right, but it was after he rented the car.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and the car that he rented, did you take him to get the rental car?
No.
Do you know who took him to get the rental car?
No.
All right, you mentioned you learned along the way that you were coming to do a murder, not a robbery. Was that on the first trip?
It's the first trip.
Okay, so you learn along the way you're going to do a murder. Was the purpose of the first trip to scope out the place, to do the murder, or something else?
To scope the place out.
Okay, and what did you do to scope the place out?
We sit near his house by a park for a little bit.
In whose house?
Markel.
Markel's?
Markel.
Okay. And what did y'all do? Drive around the house?
I drove around the house first. We drove around it. We went around the block like twice, and then we sit by a park for a little bit, washed out, and then ended up renting a hotel, and then the next morning did the same thing, and then following him to see where he was going to.
If there had been an opportunity to kill Dan Markel on that first trip, would y'all have done it on the first trip?
Yes.
All right. And why were you not able to accomplish the murder on the first trip?
He was with the kids.
You didn't want to kill him with the kids in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have cell phones in the car with you on the first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Were either of you using drugs or alcohol during this first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What?
Yeah, I just saw the comment about alterage, but that wasn't what I was responding to. I was just looking for the comment that I saw earlier, which was, "Did Isom die?" That's what I was responding to. But yeah, alterage. I think he was in the SHU, secure housing unit, next to Lewis, who was telling him that tell Sigfredo I'm sorry, and that he should give up the Adelsons and make a deal, and so on. He died after he got out.
Which one of you and what type of drugs or alcohol?
It was alcohol and cocaine.
And were both of you using alcohol and cocaine?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that something that was normal for the two of you?
No, not for me. For him, it was. Not for me.
Okay, does that mean
Once in
you
a
were
blue.
more
Once in a
drunk or
blue.
high than he was?
No, he was more drunk and high than me.
How is that?
He gets drinking. I was the driver.
Okay, so did he partake in larger quantities, more drugs and alcohol?
He'll take more.
And you got a speeding ticket on the way to Tallahassee, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to see that ticket before?
I've seen it before.
Okay. Approaching the station at 65. Small print. Can you see it?
Yeah.
All right. Do you recognize this document? I know you don't read well. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but can you recognize this as the ticket you got?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask you to evidence state 65.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
The admitted state 65.
Yeah, I think Harvey will be in attendance at the trial, Dina. He was at the hearing. I mean, yeah, absolutely. Might be a little uncomfortable for the Markels.
That was in the Gainesville area?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you estimate for the jury about how much time you spent watching the house or driving around the house, scoping it out? And I'm referring to the first trip.
Well, it's probably 2 nights.
So several hours, is it
Yes.
fair to say? Did you ever follow Mr. Markel anywhere other than just watching him around the house?
Yeah, I was following him.
Where'd you follow him to?
Follow him to a daycare. First trip, follow him to a daycare. And then when he got off the daycare, I lost him. So I ended up going back to that little place, a little park, waiting for him. Never showed up. Just follow him around. That's about it.
And you're talking about the park near his house?
Yes, ma'am.
That's where y'all would sit and wait for him to pull out?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anybody ever get out of the car and go peek in the windows or look in the house?
Oh, not that trip.
Not that trip. Okay. Did you know what type of vehicle he was going to be in, or did you just observe that when you were at his house?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. All right, so you followed him to the daycare. What about after the daycare?
I lost him.
All right, so is the reason why you didn't the killing didn't occur on the first trip because you kept losing him?
Yes.
All All right. Was Sigfredo Garcia in contact with the defendant, Katherine Magbanua, during this first trip? Did they talk on the phone is what I'm asking.
Yeah, I know. I don't remember.
Don't remember. Do you remember any statements such as make sure she has the money and concerns
Objection, Your
about the
Honor.
money?
Leading.
That's not a leading question, so that's overruled. You can ask the question.
Do you remember any conversations like that?
Not that trip. The second trip.
Okay. Do you remember any conversations involving don't do anything stupid?
Yes.
And was that first trip?
Both trips, probably.
Okay. And what was the nature of those conversations?
Like, don't do nothing stupid. Be careful.
Who was saying don't do anything stupid?
Katie.
Who was she telling that to?
Sigfredo.
How was it you were able, how do you know that what she told Sigfredo?
The only person he called.
He was calling her during the first trip?
Second trip.
Second trip. All right, so let's go to the second trip then. Second trip, do you agree, was July 16th to July 18th of 2016?
I don't remember the date.
But is that the time when the murder happened?
Yes.
All right. Who went on the
Price. Jane, her name is Bree Price. The traditional spelling.
second trip?
I did.
Who else?
Sigfredo.
And full name is Brianna.
All right, and I think you said you traveled in the Prius that time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, who went to the rental car place to rent that car?
I did.
Was anybody with you?
Yes.
Who?
Sigfredo.
All right.
He didn't come inside with me though. He waited around the corner.
Okay, you didn't go into the rental car place? Did y'all leave right from the rental car place to come to Tallahassee, or did you do something else?
I went home and dropped my other car off. He drove the other car to the house.
Okay. And did you leave that day, that same day that you rented the car?
That night, yeah.
All right. Did you take your phones with you for the second trip?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the actual murder, did you have your phones working?
Yes, ma'am.
You never turned your phones off?
Well, I turned them off. We turned them off a few times.
Okay. Did you turn them off for the actual murder?
Yes, they were off. The leaks were they were off.
Say that again?
I think they were off.
You think they were off? And is that both of you turned your phones off, or just you?
Can't remember.
That's okay. How many guns did y'all have with you on the second trip?
One.
Just the murder weapon?
No, two, sorry.
Okay, what was the other gun?
It was 38.
Huh?
It was a 38.
A 38? Whose gun was that?
That was Garcia.
Right. Who knew that you all were coming on the murder trip?
Katie.
Only Katie?
Katie.
You didn't tell Jessica?
No, nobody knew.
Where did y'all stay on the murder trip?
In a hotel.
Okay. Budget in sound right?
Yes.
Were you using drugs and alcohol on this trip?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What about Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that cocaine and alcohol as you previously testified?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When you arrived on July 17th, what did y'all do? Did you do any casing or scoping out of the house on that trip?
Yeah, I scoped him out that day I showed up here. I followed him. Finally, I followed him all the way to the daycare. And I finally got to follow him all the way to the gym.
Okay, but this is, when you followed him to the gym, that was right before.
Uh-oh. Chat's getting a little bit tippy. It's all good. Everyone's good. Everyone's good. Relax. Everyone relax. Just breathe in and out.
he got killed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What about before that? Was there any scoping out that occurred? I think you mentioned earlier that somebody got out of the car at one point and went up to the house.
Oh, yeah. We ended up parking around the back of his house.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe there's a way we can keep everyone happy. Let's discuss Luis Rivera's potential. I mean, if we look up Latin King hairstyles, then we're on point for everyone, right? Here we go. Wow, this is some creative shit. How do we? Right, is there a nice website? I don't want a TikTok video. What about a Google image? Try a Google image. Wow, look at this one. Fucking hell. I mean, what's the point of it? Hang on, I'll show you guys. This is going to grow out in like a day. Where is it? I mean, check that out. How long has he got on that, Michelle, before it just looks shit? I give him till 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's see if there's a good one. And what is going on here? Check this out. I mean, that's like 3 different haircuts in one, right? If you looked at him from the front, from the side, and from the back, it would be 3 different people. Maybe that's why. So if a cop is watching and he turns his head, suddenly, you know, he's disappeared. Or is it a girl? I'm not even sure.
Fredo got off the car and went and looked through the window, but he was there. So
Who was there?
Markel.
Okay, and isn't that a good thing?
It's a good thing, but we follow him from there. We just scoped out the place.
All right, so Garcia gets out, looks in the windows, and then y'all just continue to kind of scope out the place.
Yes, we went back around and I parked by the park.
Okay, at some point you follow him to the daycare. What happens at the daycare?
Oh, I sit there and wait for him to drop the kids off. When he dropped the kids off, I get back in the car and he ended up going. He ended up leaving there and we followed him to the gym.
And is that Premier Gym that we've seen the surveillance video of the Prius on?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So y'all wait out in the parking lot while he's in the gym?
Yes, ma'am.
What happens next?
He finished the gym and we followed him to the house. So when he gets to the house, he made it was a left turn. And one of the corners, I kept going and made another left. So when he made it into the garage, we pulled right behind him.
All right, so you're talking about on the way back to the house from the gym.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you ended up taking a different route, just a little block around to get to the house.
Yes, ma'am.
So when...
Right, and I'm not sure if they were actually Latin kings, just what came up on Google when I put Latin king hairstyles.
You were pulling...
I'm just trying to keep everyone happy, okay? Why is it always falling on me?
up, down the street toward the driveway. He was coming the opposite direction. Is that right?
Ma'am.
All right, so he pulls in the driveway first?
Yes.
Okay, and how close, when you say you pull in behind him, how close do you get?
Like 3 feet.
So right up to the bumper.
Right up to the bumper.
All right, and what happens next?
Garcia jumped out Went around the car to the driver's side, shot him.
Were there any words exchanged between Garcia and the victim? Is that a no?
That's a no. Sorry.
Do you know whether the victim's window was up or down?
I think it was up.
So he was shot seated in the driver's seat of his vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
What was his position in the vehicle?
Sitting down.
Like a normal position behind the wheel?
Yeah.
Did he do any?
He was doing yoga in the driver's seat. He was in the position of downward facing dog.
Anything? Say anything? Make
See him
any
try to
moves?
put his hands up.
Say that again?
See him trying to like put his hands up.
You saw that. Okay. How many times was the gun fired?
Twice.
Both times by Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they just two separate gunshots or rapidly in succession? Meaning, was there time in between or were they right back to back?
Back to back.
Did you stop or get out to see if the
No.
hit had been successful?
No, not at all.
What did you do?
We ran back to the car, backed up, and left.
All right. And you've seen the surveillance video of the Prius leaving town from the bus video?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that y'all in the Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the driver?
Me.
Who was the passenger?
Garcia.
And you've seen the...
Probably going to do a commentary on our Donna Adelson van ride video tomorrow in the day, if anyone's up for it, because it's only 30 minutes long. So commentary's not going to be more than an hour, probably less, because there's a chunk of it that's silent. But yeah, if anyone's up for it, join us on having a look at the Donna Adelson van drive with commentary. There's some really good things to pick up on. There was this one bit at the beginning. I took it out because it was just a brief moment and it was surrounded by non-content. But the driver is talking about a buddy of his or something. And he says about his buddy that he was chasing an owl. There it is again, right? What the fuck? Why do these owls keep coming up?
ATM images of y'all at the ATM in Pembroke Pines, I think.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was you in the driver's seat there as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Sigfredo Garcia in the passenger seat.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I want to back you up and ask you about a few things that happened the second trip. You've talked about seeing the lady or seeing who you believe was Wendi Adelson. Can you tell the jury about that?
Well, it was the day before.
Day before the killing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, tell us about that.
I was scoping the house, and I was scoping the house, and we're leaving. She was walking the sidewalk with two kids.
And that was on the road where Markel lived?
Yes, ma'am.
All
A couple of houses down from his house.
Okay. And were you driving at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
What did the lady do when you saw her?
She looked at the car and got on the phone right away. Made a phone call.
Okay. And how did you know that the lady, or why did you think that the lady was Wendi Adelson?
Let's ask Garcia, why is she looking at the car like that? Yeah, that's her. That's the lady.
Okay. So you believe that could be Wendi Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Do we all think it was Wendi that Lewis saw? Maybe we should have a poll. Let's do a poll. Let's bring it back to topic with a poll. Was it Wendi that Lewis saw? Have your say on the poll, guys. Let's see what people think. The majority, the minority, whatever it is. We're going to find out here on True Crime Metrix.
All right. Was there an incident involving the gun being fired other than at Mr. Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
And was that on the second trip as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that, please.
I was driving. We was driving. Garcia had the gun out and just shot on the passenger side on the floor.
Intentionally?
I have to be. I don't know what he was doing. He just shot.
All right, so y'all are just riding down the road here in Tallahassee.
Yes, just
And-
driving.
And
And
he
the gun
shoots
went
a
off.
hole.
I just looked like, what's going on? And he shot the gas line.
Okay. Was that an accident or did he mean to do that?
Nah, it's an accident.
All right. So as a result of him shooting the floorboard, did that damage or interfere with your ability to drive the car?
Yes.
How so?
It hit the gas line and we ran out of gas right there and then.
What did y'all do about that?
We pushed the car to like a small little area. And some dudes helped us out, took him to like an auto zone, and he came back, jacked the car up, and put the hose line.
And was this the same dude, the guy that took you to get the parts to fix the car? Was that the same dude that y'all had bought some drugs from here in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that dude's name Shadrach Nobles?
I don't know his name.
Don't remember his name. Were y'all able to fix the car?
Yes.
Do you have any experience fixing cars?
No, I mean I know about cars, but he fixed it.
Who? Sorry, Sigfredo Garcia?
Fredo, yeah.
Does he have experience fixing cars?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did he do a good job?
He did. Then
Ran after that? Made it all the way back to Miami in
Mhm.
that car.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Was that shooting the car, did that happen the same day as the murder or something else?
No, not the same day.
Okay. So, but it was on the second trip?
It was on the second trip, yeah.
Okay. What about, did you have Instagram at the time this murder happened?
Yes.
And was there an issue with you posting something on Instagram?
Yes.
Was that the first trip or the second trip? If you remember.
I don't remember. But
All
I
right.
remember taking a picture and I had an issue with it.
All right. Well, just tell us what you remember about it.
I took a picture of, I think it was a lion. And I remember Garcia getting a phone call. They told me to take that down. That's too much evidence where we was at.
All right. Say that again.
I remember Garcia telling me to take that picture down. That's too much evidence where we was at. Katie called Garcia and told him, hey, you need to take that picture down ASAP.
Okay. Why would it be a problem for you to be posting a picture from Tallahassee?
So we came out here to do a job.
Okay. So there could be data associated with where you took the picture.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you said Katie called Garcia and told him to tell you to take the picture down?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How do you know that Katie called Garcia?
Because we together all day. Like we right next to each other. He said, hey, she said, take that down. You tripping.
Okay. Was there a particular reason that the murder happened on the day it happened? Did
No.
anyone tell you it had to happen that day?
Not at all.
Did you have any knowledge about the victim's plans? Where he was going to be and when?
Well, that day, I seen that lady walking. They said we got to get the job done because he was leaving on a trip.
Who was leaving on a trip?
Markel, what's his name? He was,
Dan Markel is the name of the
Dan
guy you
Markel.
killed.
Yeah, Dan Markel. So he was leaving that Friday. I think it was going to be on a Friday. He was supposed to leave.
All right. So how did you know that Dan Markel was planning to leave town? That's really my question.
Garcia told me.
Garcia knew it?
Yes.
And do you know how Garcia knew it?
Katie told him.
How do you know that?
Because Katie told him, hey, you got to hurry up and do this because the man is leaving.
Did you hear that for your?
You know, there's almost like less to comment on with Luis Rivera in some ways. Usually what we talk about here is lies, deception. I mean, but he's just telling the story. So, but, you know, it's still good. We need to listen. I think it's going to be better when I'm trying to remember who does the cross. I think Tara Kawas does the cross in KD2. But we're not going to get to that today. We're maybe going to finish up the direct. And then tomorrow we'll start with cross, redirect. And then who's the witness? There's some really good smaller witnesses coming up. We've got the owner of Club Fate or Faith. Is it Fate or Faith? The way they say it, I can never hear it well enough to remember. I can't remember. Is it Fate or Fate? It doesn't matter. The club owner, he's funny. The car rental guy is very good. And then some other stuff as well. But we're getting through it, guys. We're getting through it.
Yourself, or he told you that?
He told me that himself.
Okay. All right. After you kill Mr. Markel, and do y'all leave town right away?
Yes, ma'am.
When is the first time either of you gets on the phone after the murder?
Maybe like an hour later, something like that. An hour or two.
All right. Is that while y'all are headed home?
Yes, ma'am.
Which one of y'all makes a phone call first after the murder?
Garcia.
Okay. And who does he call?
Katie.
All right. Are you able to hear that conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is that a situation where you're hearing Garcia's portion of the conversation, or you're hearing both sides of the conversation?
Both sides of the story.
How is it you're able to hear both sides?
Because he speaks and he shuts up when she talks.
All right. And when she talks, you can hear her voice through the receiver?
Of course.
And you're sure it was her voice?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize her voice?
Yes, ma'am.
You're familiar with her voice?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What was that conversation?
So he called and said, it's done. She said, I know. I tell him, hey, what's up with the money? He said, hey, where's the money at? He said, tomorrow. The next day was a Saturday, because I remember, because I ended up going to a barbershop.
All right. Was there any discussion or dispute about the fact that y'all were going to get the money the next day instead of that day?
Don't remember. Just remember getting the money the next day.
All right. So Sigfredo Garcia calls Katherine Magbanua, the defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
And he says it's done.
Yes, ma'am.
Or something along those lines. The job is done.
The job is done.
And she says, I know.
Yeah, what is that about? No one has ever answered that question at all. I took a picture of an owl. I took a picture of a lion. Could there be two more different animals? If he said I took a picture of a lion eating an owl, I mean, where?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she elaborate on that? Did she say how she knew?
No, ma'am.
Objection, Your Honor. It's leading, but it's also asked and answered. We've already gone over this.
Overruled.
Did she say how she knew?
No, ma'am.
All right. Who was responsible when you say she's going to get the money? Is it her responsibility to get the money to pay you, or somebody else?
Hey, what you mean?
Who's going to get the money?
Katie's going to go get that money.
All right, let's talk about what y'all did when you got back to Miami on the day of the murder. What did you do when you got back?
When I got back, it's been a long time. When I got back, I think went home, took a shower, we got dressed. We went out that night.
Went out and spent some money, didn't you?
We didn't get that money yet.
Okay. So y'all did what then? Just went to the local place?
Yeah, we went to a local bar, hang out.
Okay.
Club Fate.
And the
Funky
money,
dinner.
I think I forgot to ask you about this. Did you have any money for the trips that was provided to
Yes,
you?
ma'am.
Tell us about that. Forgot to ask you about that.
Yeah, he had money. He had like at least like $5,000 in his pocket.
And was that the first trip or the second trip or both?
Both trips, he had money.
All right. And that was Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you know where that money came from?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did the money come from?
From the lady. From
Okay.
Katie.
Okay. So Katie provided the money for y'all to come do the trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Would y'all have had your own money to rent the car and buy gas and
No.
hotels, food?
No, ma'am.
All right. And y'all bought cocaine while you were here too, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And alcohol?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when you got back to Miami after the second trip where the murder was committed, did y'all have any of that money left that was provided for the trip?
I mean, we had a few more. We had some money left because he gave me some money to in my pocket to hold.
Do you know how much you got before, I guess, for either trip, for that purpose of the trip?
Second trip, he just gave me $300.
Pretty close on this
So y'all
poll,
did have a
guys.
little bit of money to go out with then.
Yes, ma'am.
We got 56% to 44 in favor of yes. It's interesting. Our polls, I think we pick good questions because the polls, they're not very often decisive. I mean, what's the difference between that? 12%. Keep voting. Let's get as many votes as we can.
You said, well, for going to get the money. Did you go with her to get the money?
No, ma'am.
Did Sigfredo Garcia go with her to get the money?
He came with her. He wasn't with her. No, ma'am.
Okay. You said you got the money, then get together to exchange the money the next morning.
Well, that next morning I got up and I went to the barbershop. I get a phone call from Katie. She like, who's gonna come get this money? I said, Tudo. Garcia. Where he's at? I said, I don't know, maybe in Shrimp's house. Some girl that he messed with.
Shrimp's one of his other girlfriends?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me back you up just a little bit. I should have asked you. The night before when y'all were out, was the defendant Katherine Magbanua with you and Sigfredo?
No.
So you didn't see her that night at all?
No.
All right. And the next morning, y'all talk about it, and she says she's looking for Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know how to find him?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was he to be found?
I had one of my friends go look for him in Miami Beach.
And that's where Shrimp lived?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you know he was going to be at Shrimp's house?
My best friend. I knew everything about him. He was with her. He was staying with her.
You knew he'd be found there?
Yeah.
Okay, but he wasn't answering his phone.
At all.
Because he had dumped his phone, right?
Yes.
All right, and I should have asked you when we were talking about heading back after the murder, what happened with the murder weapon in this case?
We dumped it.
How did you dump it? Where did you dump it?
In the ocean.
All right, where in the ocean?
Like just driving back home, we just pulled over by a bridge and just threw it off.
Okay, and was it like an open ocean?
Yeah, open.
Okay. Was it, were there trees and bushes around as well?
Yeah, because he got off the car and threw it.
Okay, so like an overpass.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Was the gun thrown into the body of water or into the shrubs and bushes nearby?
I was in the car. He got off the car. He went down. So there was some bushes, so he threw it to the water. That's what he told me. He said, it hit the water, dog. Don't worry about it.
He thought it did hit the water?
Yeah.
Okay. But did he have to jump into the bushes to make the throw?
Yeah.
So sort of off.
It was really funny when the cops went to all this effort to look for the gun. I mean, even before they had Lewis to try and show them where it was thrown. But they were looking for a gun in a location where Lewis thought they might have thrown a gun, and then they found a gun, but it was not the same one. It was obviously much older. It had been where they found it for much, much longer. With how much it had degraded. But what are the chances of that? You go looking for a gun and you find one, but it's a different one. I mean, it is Miami, so maybe they're just everywhere.
Right under the bridge.
Okay.
Your Honor, if the witness could sit forward again, just Ms. Magbanua cannot see the witness as he testifies.
All right, just move a little bit forward if you can. All right, that's fine.
All right, let's talk about when you got paid. So you sent a friend to get Sigfredo Garcia. Where do y'all meet up?
Oh, we got paid?
Mm-hmm.
At my house.
All right, tell us what happened. You mentioned something about the barber shop. Tell us the whole
I was
story.
in a barber shop and Jessica called me. She said, they're here, come to the house. So when I get there, Katie's in my house and Garcia's in my house.
And did you see what vehicle they arrived in?
It's like a SUV, a white SUV.
Okay, was that a car that you recognized?
Yeah.
Whose car was that?
Katie's.
All right, so they arrive in Katie's car and Jessica calls you and says they're there.
Yes, ma'am.
And where are you?
I'm in the barber shop.
And how long does it take you to get there from the barber shop?
Like 5 minutes.
Okay, so that's right up the street?
Right down the corner, yeah.
Okay. What happens when you get to the house?
I get to the house and I see Garcia. I grab the bag, so I'm gonna get back in the car and left. I wasn't too long in the house.
All right, so you go in the house. Katie and Garcia are there. Is Jessica there?
Yeah, she's there too.
All right, and you get the money in what kind of packaging?
It's in a brown bag, like a small brown bag.
Okay, like a brown paper bag or a plastic?
No, paper bag.
Okay, did it have any other bags inside it?
No, I don't remember.
Okay, so you get the money. It's in some brown paper. And do you count it? Do you open it?
No.
Why not?
I didn't want Jessica to know what was going on. I just grabbed the bag, told Garcia, let's go.
Because if she saw that money, she'd be wanting some of that money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when do you open the bag?
In the car.
When you're in the car, what car are you in when you open the money?
My car.
All right, who's in the car with you?
Garcia.
All right, is that the old Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
What year Mercedes was that?
Like 87.
Okay, so you and Garcia get in the Mercedes. What does Katherine Magbanua do?
She was in my house.
She stayed in the house.
Because I had a newborn.
All right, so she was seeing the baby.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you opened the money, how much money was in there?
35.
Okay, did you count it?
No, I trust him.
And when you say you trust him, you're talking about Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you mentioned that you got a little extra money. When was that done?
All right, think right there and then. Be like, here, take this. Right, or right when we went to the barber shop. Yeah, take 2 more though. You do me a favor.
So when y'all left the house after getting paid, you went back to the barber shop?
Yes.
Okay, and that's when Garcia gave you some more money.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, tell us about the money once you opened it up. Was it packaged in an unusual way?
Yeah, I never seen money staple. All hundreds and they were all staple.
And this money was what denominations of bills? You know what I mean by that? 10s, 20s, hundreds?
Hundreds, all hundreds.
All hundreds stapled into how many hundreds together?
$1,000.
$1,000 stacks?
Yes.
And each stack stapled?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's a big kind of brick.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. So you got 35 plus an additional 2,000. Do you know how much Sigfredo Garcia got?
By my knowledge, I think he got like 40.
Okay, so he got 40 and gave you 2,000 of it?
Yeah.
All right, and what about Katherine Magbanua?
She got the rest.
And how much was the total for the job?
100.
$100,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you buy anything with your cut of the money?
Just a motorcycle.
What about Garcia? Did you buy something?
Yeah, motorcycle and like 2 cars.
I'm going to approach and show you some exhibits. All right, we got 44 through 47. I'll show you each one of these. Do you recognize each one of these exhibits?
Yes, ma'am.
Are these fair and accurate photos of you and Garcia and the items you purchased?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask that moving to evidence 44 through 47.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted as 44 through 47. You may.
Who is this in this photo, Mr. Rivera?
That's me, Jessica, Katie, and Garcia.
That's right, you.
Jessica, Katie, Garcia.
Page 45, you recognize that photo?
Oh, hang
Yes,
on.
ma'am.
Hang on.
Garcia.
Someone was
Mhm.
asking me for this picture the other day. Shit, where is it?
It's Monte Carlo Garcia. That's his motorcycle, the black and yellow one.
Did it bounce? Did the Monte Carlo bounce? If it didn't, it was going to. Come on. Oh.
And the red one was a guy named Rivera.
Okay, so was this motorcycle?
Hibaro. That's the guy that died. That's King Anthony. So that's his bike. I wonder if that's the same bike that he crashed in Rhode Island. I guess it probably is. Maybe. I mean, we don't know.
Garcia.
And was this a motorcycle that he bought with the proceeds from the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And this Monte Carlo, is that Garcia's as well?
Yes.
I mean, if you're not a Latin king, which Sigfredo Garcia isn't, why the fuck would you have a yellow motorcycle? I'm sorry, but that's just the worst possible color for any vehicle, unless it's a fucking New York taxi cab.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that purchased with the proceeds?
Yes, ma'am.
Page 47. What's in this photo?
That's me and Garcia and our motorcycle.
Those motorcycles y'all bought with the proceeds from the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
You told us about the 86 Mercedes that you drove
You said it was an
prior
87,
to the
Georgia.
murder. What kind of vehicle did Garcia drive prior to the murder?
And my first car was an 86 Mercedes. I wonder if it was the same one.
I don't think he had one at that time.
So no vehicle.
I bought it for £300 off a neighbor before I had a driver's license. And we used to just drive it to the pub. Yeah, that was it. You know?
All and then two vehicles.
Yes.
All right. What about Katherine Magbanua? What did she spend her money on?
Don't know.
Did you make any changes to your cell phone after the murder?
Like change my phone?
Yeah.
No.
You didn't try to change your number? Phone number?
Don't remember. Probably I don't remember.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to meet with Investigator Newland from my office and listen to some calls to see if you recognize the voices on the calls?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you. I'm sorry, I think it's actually it's the wire disc. I think it's and also
What color do we call Sarah Dugan's suit? It's not white. It's not blue. I mean, would it be a A powder blue? All you fashion experts, what do we call the color of Sarah Dugan's suit?
And were you asked to listen to a portion of those calls?
It almost looks like snow, you know, when the light hits the snow at a certain time in the day, maybe morning or, you know, like her suit is made of snow.
Calls and see if you could identify the voices on the calls.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you make initials by each call as you listened to it to verify, yes, that is who it says it is on the
Yes,
list?
ma'am.
And were you able to identify both Sigfredo Garcia's voice and Katherine Magbanua's voice on those calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 4 hours in, guys. We are wrapping it up. I don't think there's much left of the direct.
Is this the sheet where you initialed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you were able to identify the voices of the people that are highlighted there.
That's baby blue? Nah, I think baby blue is more blue than Sarah Dugan's suit. Is it not powder blue? Let's look it up. Sorry, Dina. I know you hate these sidetracks, but I just gotta find out. I think powder blue is pretty close. Check it out. Share this image. Ah, I can't share that. Fuck. Where is it? There it is. Powder blue. Right?
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Investigator Newland go through this sheet with you and tell you exactly which calls you were?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to read the evidence at 66.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted as state 66.
I mean, she looks absolutely fantastic in it. Whatever color it is. Periwinkle. Is that a color?
Mr. Rivera, you testified that your motive for doing this was money. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't have a beef with Dan Markel in any way?
Not at all. Nope.
Yeah, periwinkle seems a little bit more purple.
Had you ever had any contact at all in any way with Wendi Adelson other than when you thought you saw her on Trescott?
Say that again, please.
Did you ever have any contact at all with Wendi Adelson prior to, I know when y'all were driving down the road one day, you thought you saw her on the road or on the sidewalk?
I never spoke to these people.
All right, no contact with Wendi Adelson?
No, ma'am.
Donna Adelson?
No, ma'am.
Harvey Adelson?
No, ma'am.
Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am.
Yeah. Last call for any support on the channel, guys. If you want, don't have to. Up to you. It's just buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. While we wrap it up at this, the final 4th hour of True Crime Metrics.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, Michelle, I'll trust you.
Do you know Shrimp's real name?
No, unless we call her
Stephanie.
Lucy,
It's
something like that.
Stephanie.
I don't know her name at all.
Just nicknames.
Yeah, just nickname.
Nothing further.
All right, we're going to take a break now before the cross-examination, give you an opportunity to use the facility, stretch your legs. So it's 3:20. We'll take about 15 minutes, and then we'll be back and ready to continue with the testimony, okay? If you could escort the jury
I
out,
don't
please.
know. I think it's a little bit more blue, Michelle. Right, let's. Right, we're finished. We're not going to do cross.
Okay, we're back on the record. So I have an understanding now, Mr. DeCoste, that you will need more time. So just try to get a breaking point, 5 o'clock or as close to 5 o'clock as you can, and we'll be back tomorrow to continue that. Okay.
Yeah, we've totally entered into color gate. Okay, well maybe we should have an after show special debate on optional. You know, if it's not your thing, you know, you don't have to be here. No, we're not going to do that. It's some very light color. It's almost white, but it's not really. It's mid-morning snow. Maybe it would sound more fashionable if we said it in French. What would that be in French? Nage de matin. Is it nage? I got that wrong? I can't remember what snow is in French. Nage or something. Yeah, let's just cheat a little bit. Okay, it is Christopher DeCoste that's going to be doing Luis Rivera's cross. That should be very good. Because he's a major witness that he's got to take down, right? Luis Rivera is up there saying it was your client. I mean, it's probably the most major witness that the defense has to take down. Thank you again, Victoria Gill, for that fabulous super chat. Thank you for making my Sunday night extra fun. Always, always. It is a gorgeous suit. We can agree on that. But imagine taking her out for like, what's the worst cuisine you could possibly go and eat in a suit like that? Something splashy, something, you know, the sizzling, I don't know. Maybe we should settle this. Where is she? Come on, Sarah, where are you? Oh. It's hard to tell. It almost changes, doesn't it? Depending on the light. Has it got a purple hue? Has it got a blue hue? Maybe we're all right. Nan says, I think the deal for Lewis's sentence for murder is that it's concurrent with his federal drug conspiracy sentence, plus additional years, 7, but charges for other offense was pending and not part of the deal. Yeah, I mean, it was racketeering, federal racketeering charges, 12-year sentence in federal, and the 19 years is concurrent with that sentence. So after he's finished that in federal, he'll go and do 7 years in state. But if he's, years will get knocked off that. 2.5, 3 years get knocked off that. So, and there's talk of his other charges, but I mean, when are we supposed to be hearing about that? What, are they going to wait until the end of his term to sentence him on that? I don't think he's going to get anything for that. I think he'll be out. He'll be out. How long's he been in? It's 2016, so he's been in 9 years. So say it's 3 after 19, that'll be 16. So another 7 years. 2030, 31 or 32, he could be out. And I believe he comes out with a clean record. I think I heard that somewhere, which is impressive. Not 100% on that. Lobster with drawn butter. Yeah. And no bib. We're out of bibs. Spaghetti and spaghetti and meatballs and red wine. Yeah. With a lobster. Why not? Barbecue ribs. Yeah. No napkin for you. You have to wipe your fingers on your dress, on your skirt. More lilac than blue. Yeah. Yeah. Lilac. Very light lilac. I'm really going to try to put up the notice on YouTube tomorrow with notice, with at least 6 hours notice. Really going to try. I seen a creator today, one of the other creators, who put up a notice like 5 days in advance. I mean, it's just like, or more. I think it's for the 5th of April. I mean, that's commitment. That's a professional. That's a professional, yeah. 5 days, 7 days. Baby blue is azure. I thought azure was more like ocean blue. I think blue is the color, is the one with the most names, isn't it? I guess they've all got a lot of names. Anyone work in paint? Any painters? They should know. Still going on about this color. We still got Dina, or has she abandoned ship? Acapella wants the notice. Yeah, we're really trying. We're really trying to set that up. Notice, right? So I'm fucking committed tomorrow. Like just commit early. Get the thumbnail. Get a nice title, description. Commit to a time. That's my fucking goal for tomorrow. But just once, and then we're back to like no. We need to. It's just one of those things, that we should be able to put into place to make everyone happier, to give, it's going to be more notice. Hopefully it brings in more people because they'll be like booking in a slot, right? They won't, make other plans because they'll need to be on Metrix. Whoa, here we go. Tyrion purple. I got to check that out. Tyrian purple. No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. That's almost like red wine. Patricia Burns is an artist. Arsonist. There's a difference. Fucking Liverpool. Arsonist. Yeah, looks like Dina's got an inside line to Sarah Dugan. Dina Dugan. That would be a cool name, wouldn't it? Dina Dugan. Wow, that really would be a cool name. Dina Dugan. Pastel blue. I'm amazed how many fucking opinions we've got on this color. It's pastel blue, obviously. It's powder blue. It's baby blue. It's azure. It's oh, you know. I love the conversations we get into on this channel, guys. It's crazy. Oh, Michelle's up for the notice as well. Yeah. No, it's just one of those things. We should be able to put it into place. It's just a discipline thing for me. But, I still, even with the house now, I'm still not in a regular sleep pattern. I finished this stream at 6:30 a.m. I've been up since 8 o'clock in the morning yesterday, so that's 22 hours, and I'm fucking wide awake because, you get into a little bit of a buzz when you're doing this. It's hard to go straight to sleep after. And then it's going to be sunrise, fucking. We'll get there. We'll get there. Maybe I'll have a chamomile tea with a squirt of lemon and a full teaspoon of honey. Well, yeah, we're at the end of the chat, guys. We're at the end of the chat. I guess we'll turn it off. So thank you everybody for the chat, the great comments, the debates, the supporters, the fantastic supporters, the coffee people, the super chat people, the super sticker people. Thanks to everyone who left a like on the video. If you've forgotten to do that, please do that on your way out. I mean, the more likes, the better, right? I mean, that's just obvious. And the moderators, fantastic moderators. Happy birthday, Neverly. And happy birthday, Judo, the 5-year-old pitbull. Okay, all right. Well, yeah, no, we will say good night or good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And yeah, like I said, we'll probably try and do a daytime stream. I know that a lot of people working in the day, but we'll probably try and do a daytime stream with the Donna in the van. Or maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we shouldn't because maybe more people want to. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, for the evening stream, I really will try and get the notice out as quickly as possible. At least 6 hours. At least 6 hours. And then in the future, we're going to be like, I don't know. In the future, I think we're going to have like set days, set times, 4, 5 days a week. Well, more than 4, 5 days a week at least, maybe 6. We're not doing anything else. All right. Many thanks, everybody. And good night to everybody. Be safe. Don't be an Adelson. Be kind to each other. If you commit a terrible crime, just fucking suck it up. Don't put the Markels through agony. Fucking however many times. I mean, bad enough to go through one trial, right, for your murdered son at 41 years old. I mean, it's fucking, there's a baby. It's a baby. And they've got to do it how many times? This will be the 4th trial to go through all the evidence, see the autopsy photos, and for what? So Wendi could go and live in a fucking shithole apartment in South Beach. Well, la-dee-da. Fucking arseholes. Anyway, We will catch you later, guys. Adios and True Crime Metrics out.